lights are out and you stumble in the dark. You kept pushing on, but then you went too far. When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life feels slow-motion, just hold me. Just hold me. Just hold me. You're stronger now than you ever been. You gotta leave now, it's time to catch the wind. You will climb up high and look through the clouds, and when you're feeling low, I know you'll bounce back. Oh, and just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just hold me. Just hold me. Just hold me. Just hold me.
Every single year on the NASCAR calendar, there are 4 races that every driver wants to lift the trophy at the end of the race. The Daytona 500, the Coke 600, the Brickyard 400, and this race here tonight, the Southern 500, coming to you live from Darlington Raceway in Darlington, South Carolina. Round number 10 for the Major Series American Sportsman Division, and just our 4th oval race in 10 goes this season. Good evening, everybody. My name is Frank Marchese. Thank you very much for making us a part of your evening here tonight. Alongside me in the booth, a man who we have not seen since Long Beach back at round 3 of the season, Sam Cooper Bennett. Sam, thank you very much for joining me here tonight. It's going to be a long one, but it is going to be a fun one here tonight at Darlington.
Yep, absolutely. Welcome, everybody. It's the 10th round of the Major Series, and we come here to the Lady in Black to bring out the current generation of Cup cars for 367 laps of racing, and we are at a track which includes 1.31 miles of length, and we are treated to a nice temperature of 85 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be hot and sticky out there, but also we're going to have some great racing as we go high up against the walls here, and we're going to see who's going to get their Darlington stripe here tonight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these guys are going to be getting their Darlington stripes. We've got, as Sam had mentioned, 367 laps worth of racing. Now, this is going to be very akin to the Coke 600 and very akin to the Southern 500 in real life. This race is going to start in the daytime, and it will transition and end in the nighttime, which means this racetrack and these cars are going to have to go through a lot of evolution in order to go from lap 1 to lap 367.
Yeah, and it's the way this track runs. It runs only one groove, pretty much. If you go below that dotted line, pretty much in the middle of the way the track surface should be, then you're going to be in trouble, because the racing line, as you can see with the cars out on track right now, almost right up against the wall. So very difficult to pass around here. It's going to be very much a strategy race here tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's going to be very, very close all night long. A lot of close action on the racetrack, and there's going to be a lot of close action in the point standings as it sits right now. After the win last time out in the final endurance race of the season at Spa-Francorchamps, Justin Garrick pulled back that points lead from his countryman Ozzie Milwane. Now just 2 points separate the top 2 drivers. Milwane currently in control. Justin Garrick sitting in second. Joey Haynes also closing in the gap. Chris Sherburne, Brian Halleck, who currently sits the fastest of all in practice, rounding out the top 5. But with the way these point standings are designed, everything is really, really close. First and second separated by just 2 points. Third, fourth, and fifth separated by only 4.
Yeah, very close, as we are getting closer to the end of this current season, and we've had so many different categories in this league. It's just almost impossible to see who's good where and where you need to be. It seems that Justin Garrick and Ozzie Milwane, well, they seem to be good on the road courses, where you get the oval guys like Brian Halleck and David Gagara Jr. and Mark Gonzalez. They're going to come out of the woodwork tonight and try and claw some points back as well. So very interesting going into this stage of the season, seeing where people lie after this one.
It definitely is. And with Ozzie Milwane, he's currently sitting in second place right now. He really needs to pay attention on these road courses. Not to say that Milwane isn't good on the road courses, but Justin Garrick has been a class winner or an overall winner in each of the endurance rounds this season. Now, granted, as I had mentioned before, there are no more endurance rounds this year, but the next race we go to is going to be a road course. It's going to be the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, so that one could very well play into Garrett's hands as well.
Very much so. I mean, they're bringing out the McLaren MP430, definitely a car very difficult to tame. There's a reason why people don't use it as much anymore, unfortunately. It's because it's very difficult to get right, and before that race comes along, they're going to have to do a lot of practice in that thing in order to get right up there.
Yeah, they certainly are. And we'll also take a look at the team's standings up here at the top of the table right now. Forge Racing Sport 1, who currently sit first on the timing pylon here in practice, sitting atop the point standing. Sector 5 was able to jump High Class Racing, who did not have a good showing at all at Spa-Francorchamps a couple of weeks ago. Evolve Sim Sport Academy looking to continue a solid run this season. They could jump up as far as second place with a very good team effort here tonight. And Vengeance Motorsports has a new member. Mark Gonzalez is going to be driving for the team, I believe, coming up in this race tonight. So all still very close in the team standings as well.
Yeah, and still all to play for in that one. Obviously, it's not all about the drivers, it's about the teams as well. And you need to kind of focus that and keep that in mind with how this season is going. Question is, you talk about Sector 5. They were ever present last time I was here at Long Beach, and I've seen them a few times in the broadcasts following that, and Sector 5 are the ones to definitely keep an eye out. They seem to be the ones that really show up when the oval races come around.
Yeah, we're seeing one of their drivers right now, Chris Sherburne, on track right now, currently not setting a representative time for what we would expect from him, sitting 30th on the timing pylon at a 29.81. Now, this is going to be an incredibly difficult, demanding, taxing race for these drivers. It is a racetrack where you have to be at 100% concentration 100% of the time. This is a place where a tiny mistake could turn absolutely huge, which is why they have a fast repair here tonight.
Yeah, that fast repair is going to be crucial. When do you use it? It's a long race here tonight, and you need to kind of pick your times as to when to use that fast repair. As we've seen we're seeing people make mistakes out there. That Darlington stripe is going to be ever present on some, if not most, of the cars here tonight.
I'd say a vast majority of the cars here tonight. And the guys who can keep, because everyone's going to make mistakes here tonight. This is a very slick racetrack. The track is going to be changing a lot over the course of the next 3 to 4 hours. So everyone's going to be making mistakes. Tonight it's going to be about who can minimize those mistakes, and those are the guys we'll see up towards the front at the end.
Well, we're seeing a lot of the usual names up in that top three right now. Brian Halleck, Ozzy Milwayne, and David Gagaro Jr. Those are the three most notorious names up there, especially Ozzy Milwayne, showing a lot of decent pace here already tonight. And it's going to be very difficult for Joshua Mertz to close that gap, especially with Mertz being down 15th at the moment in the hot lap session.
Yeah, so Mertz could be hiding something. We don't know that yet. We've only got 2 minutes left in this practice session. Here is the aforementioned Mark Gonzalez driving the Vengeance number 88. His car number will show up at the top, will show up as the number 4. So we'll just keep working on that. But he will be in that Vengeance number 88 machine here tonight, as I believe, let's take a look, Jacob Mink, one of the guys who has really fallen over the course of the last couple of weeks. He was up there battling for the points lead, has missed the last couple of races thus far. He'll be in the number 32 Scooby-Doo machine tonight. But that 47 of Jacob Mink for High Class Racing certainly needs a good run here today. He dropped a good amount of spots from missing these last couple of races.
Yeah, and I remember him getting that win at Long Beach, and he was very happy to get it. Unfortunately, things have not gone his way since. So, yeah, Mink will be looking for a good result here tonight, and hopefully the mystery machine will guide him along and get him up to that, a podium, maybe even a win here tonight.
Hoping so. And here's the 42. This is David Gargaro Jr. Now, Gargaro, one of his better finishes this season came at an oval. It came at the 87 Daytona 500, which was the second round of the season. Ended up finishing on his roof in the infield, but a good second place finish. Hasn't really been around in the other two oval races that we've run, the Musket 250 back at New Hampshire and the Indianapolis 500. He's looking very strong here today, up in third place right now.
Oh, he's currently sitting behind a driver that we know very well here on ESPN, Mr. William Fletcher, taking a bow here in the Major Series. So good to see him out on track as well.
Yep, absolutely. And a couple of guys that we know here in this series tonight. Ernie Ludwig in the number 26, as we've come to expect. Mark McFadden here as well. Another guy who had a very good run at Daytona. But as the practice session comes to a close here from Darlington Raceway, we are going to get set to go right into tonight's race. Qualifying has already taken place, so we are going to just jump right into the racing action here momentarily as we get set to go for what is going to be a fun night for a trophy that everyone is going to be fighting for, that everyone well and truly desperately wants in their trophy case. Starting lineup tonight will be Brian Halleck sitting on the pole with Ozzie Milwane in second position. David Gargaro Jr. and Robert Gamble will make up row number 2. Stephen Paulison and Jeremy Morrison will make up row 3. Row 4 goes to Nathan Medina and Robert Covey with Joey Haynes and Mark Gonzalez in row number 5. Row 6 will go to Jason McSparron and Robert Deloche with Matt Gelder and Mark Herzog in row number 7. Maurice Camillion, who has one of the 3 oval wins this season, will line up alongside Michael Lane in row number 8 with Will Fletcher and Greg McEnany in row number 9.
Row number 10 will make up Joseph Homan, and he'll be joined by Joshua Mertz out there in that 10th row. Jacob Mink and Jeremy Klaus make up row 11. James Doherty and Javier Torres make up row number 12. Where row 13 will be concerned will be Ron McPherson and Rob Courtney. 27th and 28th will be Brian Scrivener and Aaron Greer. Then you've got Mark McFadden, Roger Shank, Gerard Gilbert, Brett Trosin, Ernie Ludwig, and Chris Sherburn, bringing up your 34-car field here at Darlington.
Just short of a full field here at Darlington Raceway coming into the night. We'll take a look at the weather conditions at the moment. A 7-mile-an-hour gusting wind, 80-degree ambient temperature, 87 track temperature, but that is going to be nowhere near the conditions we're going to see come the end of this race.
Yeah, very hot out there tonight. Well, not as hot as it would be, but, you know, the heat on the track and the heat in the air may not be maybe right up there, but it's nowhere near as going to be as hot as it will be out on track. As Frank, it's time to get us going.
Yep, it absolutely is. As they come through turns 3 and 4, it is one of the crown jewel events, and Brian Halleck is wasting no time getting it started. 367 laps, the Southern 500, we're green.
That we are, as they head towards turn 1 right now, and Ozzie Milwane goes after it, and everybody going single file already. Not wasting any time. One in the wall already. Didn't quite see who that was. It might have been Greg McEnany. It is in the wall and stuck in the wall.
Yep, Greg McEnany in the wall. I believe that's the 128 as well. That's Joshua Mertz for Kinetic Racing, slow on the inside. So an early brush for a couple of guys in the midfield. And I know these guys, most of them, not too happy with early jump starts, but at a track like this, it might have been the best overall option. It got everyone straightened out and evened out right before we got to turn 1.
Yeah, it definitely took everybody by surprise. Brian Halleck was not wasting any time in that Ford number 3, but it might have come back to bite him, as here comes that Ozzie Milwane already right on the back of the, it's the Canadian versus the American as we complete lap 2.
Yep, absolutely. Ozzie Milwane, the only Canadian up in the top 6 right now. Robert Covey, Jeremy Morrison, and Joey Haynes just outside 6th, 7th, and 8th right now for those 3. As they're battling for the 7th position, as I believe that's Joey Haynes going for a pass on the inside of Jeremy Morrison, and he'll get the position going into turn 3. You're going to see a lot of give and take here early on tonight.
Yeah, Joey Haynes, already a winner this season, just not had the season he wanted since then. I believe he won at Daytona, so he'll be looking for a good result. Already going the right way about it, as we've had an incident for Aaron Greer here, Frank.
Yeah, we see Aaron Greer slow. That's on the back straightaway, and he has damaged that 512 machine quite severely. Let's take a look and see what happened to him. This is going into turn 1. right behind Rob Courtney, gets loose and hits that wall. My goodness, very close, almost got hit in the rear end by Ronald McPherson.
Yeah, very close to it being the first caution of the night, and very early in the race, as Greer is probably going to come in, and hopefully he doesn't burn that patch repair too early. He doesn't. He's going to come in and pit farm that car.
Yep, smart move for him. You don't want to, you do not want to burn a fast repair on lap 5 of a 367 lap race, especially at a track like this. As Brian Halleck starting to stretch his legs a little bit on Ozzie Milwane, those two with a 9/10 of a second advantage over David Gargaro Jr. in the 42, who has a 1.2 second advantage over Stephen Paulison right now in the 322. And just behind him, another Vengeance Motorsports teammate, the number 6 of Nathan Medina, having a very good show. Last time we saw him, he was leading quite a bit back at the 2.4 hours of Le Mans. Now right back up here again.
Yeah, doing ever so well in P6, but one thing we forgot to mention before the race started here, Frank, was these guys are going to have to be patient around here. They've got to really pick their marks and really just not try and force the issue, because if you force the issue, like Medina's trying to force it now, it's going to end in tears, and Aaron Greer has already seen that come into fruition here tonight. We're only on lap 8. We've already had 1-4 by the wayside. Actually, Mark Herzog has not started the race here tonight, and it's a shame because he was running a pretty special paint scheme tonight as well.
Yep, he absolutely was running a very special paint scheme, as that was a tribute paint scheme for Herzog. It was an Alliance Racing shout out in remembrance for Patrick Hot Wheels Fleming on the number 34 machine. I'm sorry, on the number 57 machine here tonight. It's unfortunate that he could not take part in the beginning of this race. Battle just outside of the top 10. That's Robert Covey. 3 Howler Racing teammates running line astern right now. Covey, Morrison, and McSparren. 9th, 10th, and 11th right now with one of the UDOX cars. That's Matt Gelder just behind them.
Yeah, I love the color scheme on that car of Matt Gelder. Very stand out as that number 69 just coming through the corner right there, trying to close in on those 3 cars. Rob DeLoach is right there. William Fletcher is there already as well. One driver that has moved up the most so far here tonight, though, Frank, Ernie Ludwig, already up 10 spots. He's on a charge already.
Yep, he certainly is. Let's go back and take a look at that number 26 of Ernie Ludwig. There he is in the 23rd position at the moment. As Sam had mentioned, plus 10, by far and away the biggest mover of the night so far in that Kinetic Racing number 26, has Mark McFadden behind him in the 00. As we're getting a close battle here, is Matt Gelder going for position and taking that position away from Jason McSparren, promote Gelder up into the 11th spot.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of a mistake there by McSparren that helped Gelder around him, and now Gelder can look forward to dispatching the other 2 of those cars, and he's already right on the back of Robert Covey now as they come out of turn 4. Going to try and get alongside him. A bit of a mistake there by Gelder. Kind of lost him the chance to try and get around the 72 right there.
And this is a racetrack where you absolutely need to be setting up your moves coming out of the turn previous and going into the next. Very much like a road course in that respect. You need to be setting up the move long before you actually before you actually make the move. As you can see, that 69 running a little bit lower through 3 and 4. That'll allow him to get under Robert Covey. Side by side, Covey has the advantage of that run coming out of turn 4 down the front straightaway, and the 69 will run it again. He'll take that position into the top 10. Goes the 69 as we've had Ryan Scrivener have an incident in the 77, and around goes, oh, that's William Fletcher in the background. And that will be the first caution of the night. Greg McEnany in the 350, the 119 of Jason McSparren. And that was a big one. We saw it in the background there as we were looking at what happened with Scrivener. And that will be caution number 1.
That was a big one. I mean, it was so violent. Fletcher came back up on the track and just punted McEnany as he came back up, and it looks like Ludwig actually got into the back of someone as well. Didn't quite see who that was.
Yeah, it was Ludwig getting into, or that might have been the 128 of Mertz. As we'll take a look at this again from Fletcher's point of view. Looks like Covey gets into the wall coming out of 2 and stacks everybody up. Yep, he does. And then both the 28 and the 119 with hard hits on the front, on the back straightaway.
Yeah, and that was Mertz getting into the back of McEnany. McEnany just going around right there, and obviously ever the gentleman driver is Joshua Mertz, just gives him the spot back, says sorry, I hold my hands up to that one, just trying to get around the wreck.
There was contact between Mertz and McEnany.
Yeah.
In the 350, so that will bring out caution number 1 here on lap 13. Brian Halleck has led the entirety of the early portion of this race. Let's go back and take a look at the incident that we were about to look at. Well, we'll do that after the pit stops here, if there are any.
Nope.
Guys are going to fake everybody out now. Let's go back and take a look at what happened with Scrivener. This is the incident that we were looking at, or the aftermath of what we were looking at a second ago. And, that was net code, a hard hit on the inside wall there for the 70. And then in a minute,
that high-class car going up on 2 wheels there, that's how violent the hit was for the 70. Blown engine and all. Scrivener has had no choice but to go and take a fast repair there. Another driver that took a fast repair was William Fletcher as well. He kind of had no choice either, so a lot of people burning their fast repairs, and we're only on lap 16.
Yep, and that's, you can see just after that, the incident that brought out the caution comes in. So you said Scrivener, McSparren, Fletcher, those guys have all taken fast repairs, and at least in Scrivener's case, he had blown an engine. I believe he might still be towing back to pit road. Fletcher and McSparren have driven their cars back to pit road, have gotten 4 tires, fuel, and their fast repairs. Joseph Homan and Brett Trosen right now on pit road. Gerard Gilbert came into the pits under this caution as well in the 73. Michael Lane and Jacob Mink, I believe, started the race on pit lane in the 62 and 47, which is why they are as far down the order as they are. As I believe we're getting set to go back to green flag racing here, as the field will start to double up, and we'll take the green again coming to lap 18.
Interesting thing of note, Jason McSparren has not burned his fast repair yet. He's still missing the front end of that 119, so 119, sorry. So he's going to be slow on this restart. Thankfully, he will be starting near the back of the field, otherwise he'll be bunching a lot of people up in that midfield.
He'll be restarting in the 31st position. Will McSparren in the 119. There's Will Fletcher, who has taken his fast repair. So an interesting decision there for Jason McSparren, and I understand not wanting to use the fast repair early, but when your car is about as damaged as a car can get, you may as well. There's no sense in really waiting. As Sam, I think we're going to get ready for another early start here, so why don't you take it?
Absolutely, as we're waiting for Brian Halleck, and Halleck again, not wasting any time. As soon as the pace car peels off, we're racing once again here at Darlington as they head down towards the line. Now it's Halleck, and then it's Mill Wayne, and you've got 2 Vengeance cars right behind them there. That's a 42 of David Gagaro and Nathan Medina in P4 as well, as they all go single file once again and just get things sorted out early on. But now they've seen what's happened if you're not patient. Will they try and calm down a bit now?
And a couple of guys decided to go side by side going into turn 1 on this restart, trying to pick up a couple of spots. Nothing major happening there. As we're side by side, Ernie Ludwig and Rob Courtney. This is a battle for the 18th spot. You can see just how tight this place gets coming off of these corners.
Yeah, and just behind that, there was an incident between Mark McFadden and I believe that was James Doherty. going at it. And actually, no, it wasn't. 999 of Joseph Homan got into it, going through turns 1 and 2. Homan ended up in the wall. Fadden completely going sideways. They get it all figured out though, but that was very close to seeing our second caution of the night. There's
Homan in the 999 there in the 25th position. Homan did pit under this most recent caution, so he does have a little bit fresher tires than the drivers in front of him. There's Will Fletcher going around Chris Sherburne. James Doherty now leading that group as Ronald McPherson in the 143 pounds the wall coming off at turn 2.
And he's very slow as well, so he needs to kind of get that figured out before it's too late and everybody else catches up behind him. There's a ton of damage on the front end of that car, and it looks like he's nosed it dead set into the wall at some point.
And that is going to certainly hamper the aerodynamics around this racetrack. And something has happened with Ozzie Milwane in the 114, because while we were looking at those incidents in the back, you could see he's really being hounded by Medina and Gargaro. He must have put it in the wall because he's lost 1.6 seconds to the race leader Brian Halleck, and now he's about to lose the second position to David Gargaro and the third position to Nathan Medina if he's not careful.
He's defending against Medina, and that's letting Paulison through to attack on the 6 as well as they come out of turn 4. Now, he's got his momentum back as Milwane, but how damaged is that car? Is he going to be able to keep it ahead of the 60 extras? No, as here comes Medina.
Oh, big wreck in the back.
Inside of contact as they come out of turn 4, and we've got a caution now.
That's the 4 of Mark Gonzalez, and we had seen that. We were looking off the back. I believe the 53 or the 54 was involved in that as well. A couple more blown engines. It's the 72 of Robert Covey with a blown engine. Gonzalez has his engine smoking. Well, and it doesn't take much around here. Once something starts going, everything follows.
Yeah, and I hate to be critical of drivers, but Gonzalez tried to drive it back up and tried to try and rejoin the field, and it just did not go well.
I don't think that's necessarily what he was doing, I don't think he was in control of that number 4 all that much, as he was in the wall on the backstretch. Let's take a look on board. Hits the wall there, goes down into Gamble, hits the wall there, and that's where Gelder and Gamble come right back up and pinch him into the wall. But that had started on the backstretch.
I'll be getting a big piece of it as well.
See where Covey comes into this. Covey, boy, he bounces off the 4 and then bounces right back into the 54. This again from overhead. You can see the 88 in the wall. Knocks him and the 54 down the racetrack. Gelder with nowhere to go. There's the 72 of Covey coming in. Gamilion just about caught it. And I'll tell you what, for as big as that pack was coming up to them, the fact that only one car out of that big pack got caught up in that is absolutely amazing.
And this caution will be a welcome reprieve for one Mr. Ozzie Milwane. Was struggling against those Vengeance cars and almost got into it himself with Nathan Medina. Now, interesting strategy call here for one Mr. Brian Halleck. He's taking it down pit road, whereas everybody else in that top 10 has decided to stay out.
Yeah, Brian Halleck and Robert DeLoche, Greg McEnany, 3 Forge cars have come into pit road, and this is not the first lap that pit road has been open. This is the second lap that pit road's been open. As Halleck comes back onto the circuit, he'll end up lining up in the 20th position at this rate. Actually, a little bit further back. I think that 22nd behind Robert Covey. So he goes from the race lead to the midfield. As you're right, the top
17, I think it is. 17.
Yeah,
Harrison's just come out, I think.
16 of the top 17 cars have not come into pit yet. And that man that you see on screen right now, David Gargaro Jr., is currently your race leader.
Yeah, and he's been no slouch so far here tonight either, and he's got his teammate Nathan Medina for backup as well. Ozzy Milwayne, what's he got to do here? He's got to have a much better restart this time around than he did last time.
And this is what we were talking about. A good team performance out of Vengeance could put them second place in the team championship by the time this night is over. Same thing with Evolve. They could certainly be up in the top pairing with a good result here. And with Medina and Haynes right up there running in the 3rd and 5th positions at the moment, it's looking good for those teams. Rob Courtney will make it 3 Vengeance cars in the top 10.
Yeah. So here we go. Restart is about to happen once again as it comes through turns 3 and 4. Brian Screamen had just come out of pit road, by the way, after his long pit stop. Here we go. 2 Vengeance cars at the front. Who's going to take the initiative going into turn 1 as Gargaro taking a leaf out of Halleck's book and going very early. I think this is going to be the trend of the night here tonight, Frank.
I think so. It might be the safest way to get into turn 1 without causing a big calamity, as Stephen Paulison has gotten around the 114 of Ozzy Milwayne. Jeremy Morrison now putting the points leader under a ton of pressure, and Joey Haynes sticking right behind him in the 338.
Look at those
big
Vengeance
wiggle out of
cars
the
there.
75.
As we've got a lot of action going on right now. But those 2 Vengeance cars, they don't mind at all. They've completely pulled away and have completely checked out already.
They've Sebastian Vettel the field to the point of 0.8 of a second here on the opening lap. However, Stephen Paulison is bringing that gap down, at least in the center of the corner. At least he was. That gap has now swelled back up to about 0.9 of a second as Ozzy Milwayne tries to hold off Jeremy Morrison in the 75. Javier Torres as well in this battle, just at the back end of this quartet here in the number 49 for Dog Bear. Maurice Camillion, the winner of the Musket 250, is there as well. Then it's about a second back to Rob Courtney, who currently sits in the 9th position. Timothy Klaus for Udox Racing, the last of the drivers in the top 10.
Now, Udox have had a very tough night so far tonight, so they'll be looking for at least one of their drivers to have a good run. It looks like the number 80 of Timothy Klaus is having that such good run so far, but I will point out there is another driver right behind him that's having a good night so far, and that's Ernie Ludwig, already up 22 spots into P11.
Yeah, he is by far and away the biggest mover. The only other one close to him is Chris Sherburne in the 135, up 18 positions. But Ludwig up 22 spots, trying to keep Michael Lane in that Sector 5 machine behind him in the 62. It's a little bit further in the back. That's Robert Deloche in the 235. Battling in between Joseph Homan and Mark Gonzalez. Brian Halleck in the middle of this group has not moved up from where he restarted. He is in the middle of this pack and is taking a patience attitude, as now he gets around the 4 of Mark Gonzalez. Oh!
And right in front of him, that's the 999 of Homan getting into the wall there. Had to back out of it. That was definitely a Code Brown moment as they come down to complete another lap. Now he's going to put a move on James Doherty as well. Halleck, just as you say that, is now decided he wants to push forward and is now on the move.
He realized he was on the broadcast and said, you know what, I think I better start moving now. Is what happened with the 3. As we'll look a little bit further ahead, that's Robert Covey battling and trying to keep that 62 of Michael Lane behind him. Robert Gamble, who was a part of the last incident, has taken his fast repair just behind those 2. He's trying to keep Chris Sherburne, he's trying to keep, that's Sherburne trying to keep, Gamble up the track into the 135. Caution comes out.
And Gamble, for the second time in tonight, caused another caution. And I think he had some help right there, Frank.
He might have done. Those guys were running incredibly close together. So I completely lost track of what part of the group we were in. As there is Gamble.
69 of Gelder. Gelder got into the left rear of him and just spun him round.
And that's Gelder, the first car a lap down. So he would be benefiting from a lucky dog here. I'm not saying that was the intention. What I am saying is, though, through the misfortune of Gamble, he does benefit.
Question is, if he got any X's from that, like a incident point from that, the chances are that will not give him a lucky dog. So Gelder might have shot himself in the foot right there.
Now there's a chance, and we'll take a look at it here to confirm, but there is a chance. No, there is damage on that 69. I was going to say there's a fleeting chance that that it was a net code incident, but it was not, unfortunately. So he might not be getting that lucky dog. There's a couple of more cars from that top 10 group all come in. Ozzie Milwane, Steve Paulison, Jeremy Morrison, Maurice Camillion all in. Paulison, first one down and away. And Ozzie Milwane only now, comes out of pit road 19 seconds in the box for the 114, and that would confirm pretty much the suspicion that he had hit the wall somewhere.
Absolutely, as Jason McSparron gets the lucky dog. Now might have a chance to go and repair the front clip on his car. That's the only thing that's missing on his car. Everything else seems to be okay. Kinda. Although he does look like he's backed into a light post, but that's just my opinion. But look at the front though, Frank. We've got a Vengeance 1, 2, 3 as things stand right now.
Yes, we absolutely do. That is David Gargaro Jr. at the front, Nathan Medina in the middle, Rob Courtney at the back, with Roger Schenk breaking up the Vengeance dominance. I believe there's the 4 of Gonzalez, who currently sits in 9th. So 4 Vengeance machines right now in the top 10. Robert Covey, who again we saw just in an accident not that long ago, currently sitting in 5th. Jacob Mink, who started from pit road, is in 6th. Brian Halleck, who had restarted that last restart in 22nd, he's up to 7th already.
I just want to give a shout out to Roger Shank. He's a man that's very well known for his paint schemes. This one, probably the most not so blasé as the one he's been showing in Endurance for Amateurs lately, but definitely good to see him working on the oval stuff as well as the road course stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Endurance for Amateurs, I believe, coming up on a season finale with a very close battle in the GTE Championship. You'll catch that on Wednesday night at 8:25 from Watkins Glen, Season 2 finale. And I believe we've gotten confirmation earlier today that there will be a Season 3 of Endurance for Amateurs being broadcasted on ESPN.
Yeah, and that one kicking off in mid-September, kicking off where it all started at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, or Mossport for those that are Formula One purists. Definitely looking forward to Season 3, but we still have to decide a champion. GT3's already been decided. Michael McCoy already walked away with that one, but GTE, 3 drivers in the running for that one. Definitely looking forward to calling that one on Wednesday night.
Certainly. As we'll take a look at the rest of the week up here on ESPN in just a little bit. But as we come to the end of what would be our 3rd caution of the night, we'll take the green flag with 37 laps in, working on 38. As it will be David Gargaro Jr. leading it off again, and taking off again are the top 3 cars, and all 3 of those Vengeance Motorsports guys line astern as they head into turn 1 on the restart.
Roger Shank already under pressure from Robert Covey. Now it's a go in the corner, and Shank gets turned, and Covey just gets it to the side of him right there and brings out caution number 4 already.
Well, there's a lot that happened right there. We were watching the battle between Mink and Halleck going into turn one, and there was a little bit of contact between those two. And then just in front of them was the 950 going around. So we'll take a look and see. We'll start from way above. What happened here was Shank. It's going into turn one. Boy, Covey just really dove it in there. With a 4 catching a little bit of it. Greg McEnany getting shot into the fence. Take a look at this on board of McEnany. See everything kicking off in front of him. These guys slowing down as best they can. There's Jacob Mink going into the wall. Boy, and then he gets body checked by the 338 of Joey Haynes, who was also just trying to avoid that incident. And that's the mix right there of tires versus no tires, because Covey came into pit on lap 23. Meanwhile, the 950 of Roger Shank hadn't pit yet.
Yeah, Shank really needs to take it down pit road. There's a lot of rear end damage on that 950 Mustang, and really needs to get that repaired. But we saw the scramble happen amongst everybody when that happened. It was near the front, so the rear end of the field had to kind of go for a few Hail Marys just to avoid it all. And in a ways, it's a good thing that this track is so wide. Otherwise, we would have had a big one here tonight.
Yep, absolutely. Is you see the 47 of Mink is in pit road. Robert Deloche, who had caught a piece of it. The 999 of Joseph Holman. Chris Sherburne also in pit road after being caught up in the caution just prior to this one. As again, under our 4th caution of the night thus far. About to take the line to begin lap 41. Here from Darlington. The early part of this race was led by Brian Halleck. He came in on lap 24, surrendered the lead to David Gargaro Jr., and then he has been in control ever since. I believe we just saw Ronald McPherson. There he is in the 143. He is the lucky dog recipient. So as McPherson catches up to the back end of this field, we will once again see the first 3 cars, David Gargaro, Nathan Medina, and Rob Courtney, lining up line astern here for this restart. The only 3 cars that have not yet come down to pit road in some capacity.
This is an interesting strategy by Vengeance to stay out as long as they have, but whilst they're at the front and able to get away like they have been, it doesn't really seem to concern them too much. But again, like I said at the top of the broadcast, Frank, strategy is key around here, and if this is the strategy Vengeance are going for, and with the restarts they're getting, I think it's kind of working out for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, the question is how far back, when a caution comes out like this, how far back are you willing to put yourself? I mean, we saw Brian Halleck go from the lead to 22nd on a restart and had a couple of incidents that he had to get around. He's back up to 5th now, having gotten through the incidents he has gotten through. Just behind him, another Vengeance Motorsports car. That's Mark Gonzalez, who we've already seen around backwards today. Joshua Mertz, again, the winner of the Daytona 500. Running up in 7th, Mark McFadden up 21 positions up into 8th. Paulison, McEnany rounding out the top 10. As we get set to restart this race, once again, it'll be on lap 43 of 367 here tonight from Darlington.
Yeah, and I believe they might have just extended the caution here. No, they haven't. They're coming down the backstretch, so I'm completely wrong. Anyway, we are ready to go racing once again. The pace car about to make the left turn onto pit road. Was I right, or was I wrong?
It used to be the front straightaway.
Oh, it used to be, yeah, but there we go. Anyway, Vengeance getting off to a good, another good restart here. Courtney actually Not the best restart this time around, as he's going to be a bit further back, but Gagaro and Medina, after a decent start, as we've got side by side behind him between Halleck and Covey.
Yep, Halleck is going to get that spot on Robert Covey, and now he's going to try to throw it to the outside of Rob Courtney. Can't quite make that work. Stephen Paulison, who right now is on the freshest tires of anybody around him in that 322, jumping up into the 7th position as Gargaro and Medina have checked out to the tune of a second. Brian Halleck has gotten around Rob Courtney, so the man who's been fastest in practice, set the pole time a couple of days ago, now sprung free in the top 3.
Yeah, Halleck will be on a charge right now in that number 3 Ford machine as Jacob Mink is suffering a penalty here. He's going to bring down pit road, and we've got one in the wall. That's Stephen Paulison. You said he was on the freshest tires, and now two kinetic cars are involved.
It was the 128 of Joshua Mertz and the 29 of Ernie Ludwig, and because the wreck cleared itself all away from the racing line, the caution does not come out. So we are still racing here, and already Halleck has caught up to Medina. He's put 2 seconds between himself and Robert Covey.
3-car breakaway at the front, and that's all because of the chaos behind him. And now they just need to control it at the front. The chaos behind is not finished, though. We're still seeing side by side, especially between that's Courtney and McFadden coming out of turn 4 right there. McFadden takes it away. He's up into the top 6 now.
Yep, absolutely. Brian Halleck has taken the position away from Nathan Medina. We'll go to a replay in just a second once things start to settle down around here. As Brian Halleck again on 24-lap fresher tires than Gargaro and Medina, who have yet to pit here tonight. Really starting to make headway, and look at the run that 3 gets coming out of turn 4. Gargaro is going to have little to nothing to say about this. Going into turn 1, leader of the race once again is the number 3 of Halleck.
Yep, and I'll just go and eat my hat right now, as I said that the Vengeance cars were working their strategy to perfection. Clearly that's completely backfired now, as Halleck is streaking away from those cars right now and will have a very healthy lead when he comes out of this next corner.
He took the lead in turn 1, and by the time he gets back to turn 1, my guy has put a 1.1 second gap on Gargaro and Medina. That is what fresh tires mean around here.
Yeah, Medina needs to be careful, because Robert Covey, even though he was in the wall at the start at the restart, is starting to reel him in, and Mark Gonzalez right there with him as well. We still have a lot of battles going on, especially one between Joey Haynes and Mark McFadden, and Haynes, just as quick as he lost the spot to McFadden, gets it right back again.
Yep, Haynes will take that position away from Mark McFadden, and I think this is about as calm as we're going to get here for the moment. So let's take a look and see what happened between Stephen Paulison and Joshua Mertz. This was coming off of turn 2. Paulison just pushed up into the 128, and as they both came down the racetrack, Ernie Ludwig, same exact thing happened to Matt Gelder earlier on here tonight. And once again, because the incident had cleared itself off of the racing line, we stayed green.
Yeah, just the one retirement so far tonight. That's Robert Gamble. He was in 2 consecutive cautions here tonight, as Rob Courtney stayed out too long. Now he's almost out of fuel. He's bringing it to pit road.
Yep, there is Rob Courtney coming into pit lane. So that's 64. Of Courtney will pull it into his box for the first time. That means Gargaro and Medina cannot be too far behind, as Brian Halleck has put a 4-second gap in about 4 laps. You want to talk about Sebastian Vetteling the field? He has done exactly that since retaking the race lead away from Gargaro and Medina, as those two are trying to fight off Covey, both going into the wall in 3 and 4.
You're talking about Sebastian Vettel in the field. I think Halleck is Michael Schumacher in the field right now, as we've got a caution out.
Yep, caution has come out. We'll take a look and see what that was for. It looks like Javier Torres in the 49 has gone around. He's already towed it back to pit road in that number 49 machine for Dog Bear.
Oh.
behind Brian Scrivener and just lost it coming out of 2. And that's an incident we are going to be seeing a lot tonight. Guys just gassing it up a little too much coming out of turn 2. And that will be caution number 5 and a big-time reprieve for the 42 and the 6, who would be absolutely insane to not come into pit road this time.
Just an update on Mark Herzog. The reason why he didn't start the race is because he's had nothing but connection problems since the server went up. So Herzog, because of his connection problems, opted not to start this one. And as I've said already, such a big shame.
Yeah, and we know that there's a big hurricane. That's a couple of big hurricanes that are hitting that are hitting the East Coast. One in the south, one in the north. Hurricane Henry hitting the Long Island, New Jersey, Connecticut tri-state area here today, and I believe there was another one hitting the Florida, Georgia, South Carolina bit earlier on today, as the 3 Vengeance cars, the 42, the 6, and 4, all come into pit road. Joseph Homan, Jason McSparron, Paulison, McPherson, all down pit road as well. And not remembering off the top of my head where Herzog is currently located, I would have to assume that one of those storms is wreaking havoc with his internet.
It's in California, actually. So,
oh, well then. Well, you never know.
So you never know. There might be a hurricane in California. We do have hurricanes on the West Coast as well. So you know.
Well, it'll be your West
sometimes. We haven't had one in like 4 years. So you know. they're not as common over here as they are in your part of the world.
So of the drivers that came into pit road, David Gargaro Jr. naturally was the first one to leave pit road. He is currently in the 16th position right now in that number 42, allowing his teammate by. Now getting told to get back around the 64, who is currently a lap down at the moment with that green flag pit stop.
The car is moving up a number of spots, actually. He's going to rejoin right behind Rob Deloche, so that'll put him up to P15. So he's only gained 1 spot, so I'm guessing that was a bunch of lap cars he's just made his way around.
Yep, I believe we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing here, or in just a moment we will be. As the 3 of Brian Halleck currently in control of this race at the moment. Robert Covey currently sitting in second. Then it's the 2 Evolve teammates of Joey Haynes and Ozzie Milwane. Will Fletcher, who was a part of the first wreck here tonight, is up in 5th. Mark McFadden 6th. Jeremy Morrison, Greg McEnany, Maurice Camillion, and Timothy Klaus, your current running top 10. And again, the first man on new tires is going to be David Gargaro in the 15th spot.
Yeah, William Fletcher's already been down pit road twice, but last time he went down pit road was on lap 34, so much older tires, but not as old as Brian Halleck. Now he's the man with the oldest tires on the track. Let's see how he can handle it at the front here as we go back 2 by 2.
Absolutely, as we will double them up and get ready to go again here from Darlington, ending our 5th caution of the night. Now the question is, with Brian Halleck not having 2 cars that haven't pit between him, will he be able to get that big run on Robert Covey the way he had gotten earlier on? As we get set to go back to green flag racing here, we know that 3 is going to hit the gas as soon as he can. There he goes. We're back to green flag racing here on lap 57 from Darlington.
And a big jump there by the 3. Robert Covey can't really stay with him as Covey actually just trying to hold off Joey Haynes right there. And look, he's back up in there as well. Ozzy Milwane back up in the top 4 as well. Watch for him.
Yep, Milwane in that 114 has fixed that car at least to a degree that he could be competitive right now. As a big wad of cars in the back of the back of the picture there. Roger Shank holding up James Doherty, David Gargaro Jr. just in front of them. Timothy Klaus in the mix with Maurice Camillion, the 62 of Michael Lane as well. But Doherty about to get passed up by Gargaro, who I think is going to be trying to get through this field as quick as he possibly can, make the most use out of those fresh tires.
No such luck for Nathan Medina, though. He is stuck behind Doherty as they come out of turn 2. Is he going to make the move this time around? He will try, but Doherty just being able to fight there, just shutting the door in his face.
Medina going to get the run, however, coming off of the corner, and Doherty is not going to have too much to do with this one, as Doherty will allow that 6 to go by. Robert Covey in a big battle with the 338 of Joey Haynes, who I think had to come off of the wall, did the 72. That will force the 338 of Haynes and Milwane way down the racetrack on the back straightaway, as Halleck has gotten out to that lead. He's already 3.2 seconds up the road.
Oh,
and the caution comes out again.
Don't quite see who that is. Oh, we got a big scuffle up at the back. Can't quite see who that is. We do have a first-class car that is very damaged right now. I can't really see who that is. It might be Scrivener. I'm not really sure.
Ludwig is there with damage. Brian Scrivener. And 70 does have damage.
Oh, it's the 161. That's James Doherty in trouble.
That would be Doherty. We had just moved off of that battle, as we'll take a look and try to see what happened with Doherty. He was battling in that group. Oh, just had to avoid hitting the wall. Coming out of 4, got run over by Deloche. Take a look at this, see this again. This from Deloche's point of view. Or we thought, there we go. So just trying to keep it off the wall. And again, it's when this racing line is so compact the way it is here, it makes it really difficult to be able to get away from incidents like that.
It is. But it's how you get around it. That's the problem. And we're not seeing that too much tonight. A lot of people, unfortunately, caught out when the wrecks happen and just then, unfortunately, end up piling into it themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. As we work lap 62 of 367, what we're going to do is take a quick break. We'll be right back. You are watching the Majors Series, the Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. Brian Halleck currently leads Robert Covey, Joey Haynes, Ozzy Milwane, and Will Fletcher, working caution number 6 of the night. We'll be back in just a moment. about to go back to green flag racing here from Darlington Raceway. Going to take lap 65 of 367 here in the Major Series Southern 500. Here from Darlington Raceway through 3 and 4 they go right now. Pace car is off, and as he's done all night long, Halleck goes immediately. We're back to racing.
Yeah, and Halleck doing what he's been doing all race long and just getting away at the front. Robert Covey, again, not able to stay with him. He's got to do a lot of hard driving now to keep those two teammates behind him. Joey Haynes and Ozzie Milwane have been absolutely hounding the back of that Udox car. That's not Udox, it's the 72. I'll just call it like that. That's it. As here comes Haynes again, out of turn 4, looking for the back bumper of Covey. Just can't quite get there at the moment.
Now, it only took about 4 laps before Brian Halleck was able to pull 3.5 seconds on Robert Covey last time. He only pulls about 7/10 here this lap. So Covey might have been trying to save those tires a little bit. So look a little bit further back in the field. Roger Shank doing a backward slide through the field right now. Started up inside of the top 10. He's fallen back to 14th, in danger of losing that position to Robert Deloche.
Yeah, and just as you say that, Joey Haynes putting a big move on Robert Covey. Covey into the wall. Here comes Ozzie Milwane. And it's side by side. Out of turn 2. Oh, contact! Milwane's going to have to back out of that one.
What a save, though, by Ozzie Milwane. And he's right back on the position.
Wow, what a recovery by Milwane. If he gets this one, this is going to be the move of the night so far, as we are just crossed over to 300 laps to go, and that is a pretty long way to go when you think about it.
Pretty ominous sound there, I think, as Jeremy Morrison now tries to take advantage. It's the old adage, you don't pass on the outside of turn 4, and that's why Will Fletcher hard into the wall. Another one of the Forge cars. McFadden involved. There's Gelder again. Another shot for Greg McEnany. For Robert Deloche in the 235. I don't know how many times Harry Hogg said it during Days of Thunder. You do not pass in turn 4 here, and by the time that movie was made, what they're on right now is the back straightaway. It just, the line narrows up so much coming through what is now turn 2, what used to be turn 4. And that's exactly why we saw it the lap before with Covey and Milwane. And then it rings true again the very next time through with Covey and William Fletcher.
Yep, around the outside of Darlington always spells bad news, and unfortunately, William Fletcher coming off the worst in that one. And immediately, William Fletcher has put it on the hauler and is out of this race.
He's already used his fast repair here tonight. McFadden just nowhere to go, piles in. The 128 of Joshua Mertz piles in as well. Matt Gelder's in it. And we'll take a look at this one from McFadden's point of view. The wreck has already happened, well and truly happened here. He's trying to power his way through it, and boy, there was a car in front of McFadden that by the time he moved, he had no clue that Fletcher was there. And that was just a lot of bad luck.
What does this do for Joshua Mertz as well? He was caught up in it as well. And I believe he might have already burned his fast repair. So that 128 kinetic machine is not having a good run so far tonight. He is going to have to do some wondrous driving if we can get a good green flag run going to even get up to that top 10. Still a long way to go, but Mertz very much on the back foot, especially with that championship charge in mind.
I think Mertz was actually fine through that. It looked like he was in the middle of it, but it looks as though that 128 is fairly clean. I mean, Deloche had caught it a couple times trying to stay out of the way of the 28. Turned hard and into the wall on the inside and then got hit again by Gelder and McFadden. He's taken his fast repair now, has the 235. Morrison and Covey will still sit in 4th and 5th. Covey still looking a little worse for wear. Now, Covey has taken his fast repair already here tonight. Greg McEnany there as well in the 350. And looming behind him are the 2 Black Crows, Gargaro and Medina. Freshest tires out of anybody in the top 10 right now. 5th lap 53. So a good 28 laps fresher tires than anybody in front of them.
Absolutely. So still some racing left to go. The only problem is we just can't seem to get it going without somebody having an incident here tonight. And this must be frustrating for the drivers out on track because they know that this race needs to get going in order to have some... Well, they're just like racing and they just don't like pacing around here like they do. And it's got to be frustrating for the drivers in those cockpits right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is very much a rhythm track, and it's hard to get into a rhythm when you're only running about 5 or 6 laps at a time. We're already an hour into this race. Official race time is at 55 minutes now. We're on lap 72. I'm not sure what the timeout is, but we could, at this rate, we might be getting close to needing to know what the session timeout is, as Brian Halleck goes immediately once again, and he leaves the 2 Evolve teammates of Haynes and Milwane side by side. Milwane will concede the position. Thinking about the championship, Joey Haynes sitting in 2nd. Close racing, though, still behind them.
Yeah, and Halleck doing, well, not getting away as much as he thought he would this time around. Those 2 cars behind him really going for it. Jeremy Morrison, the only other driver to stay with him. Robert Covey, though, owing to the damage from hitting the wall earlier, still just not able to get on the way. And look who's right behind him, who's stalking him. Those Vengeance cars are coming back to the field again.
Yeah, Greg McEnany slow coming off of turn 4, bottling up. Nathan Medina and the 2 Udox cars. The 80 of Timothy Klaus and the 999 of Joseph Holman. They make it out clear and now has a friendly behind him in the form of Maurice Camillion in the 44. Matt Gelder, who was involved in that last incident, sitting behind there as well as Michael Lane tries to get a move done on Roger Shank in the 950.
And not quite there, though. He does have a look on the exit of turn 4. But Shank able to cover him off using that high side, but doesn't want to leave that open too much as we've got one in the wall. Well, almost in the wall. That looked like it might have been Camillion in trouble there.
Yep, there he is, slow in the middle of 1 and 2. That will allow Matt Gelder in the 69 around him, and that has backed up the rest of this field as we're seeing the 00 of Mark McFadden starting to work his way up. Brand new car, brand new tires for that 00. He's already back up into the 14th positions. He gets that move done on Michael Lane up at the front. Nothing changed. Halleck, Haynes, Milwane still the top 3. They have 3.7 seconds on Jeremy Morrison, who now momentarily is going to be coming under fire from this man, David Gargaro Jr., in the 44. The 42, pardon me. And actually, I'm sorry, Morrison has that 3.7 second advantage on Gargaro, pardon me.
Yeah, but Gargaro and Medina are slowly trying to close that gap up. The 2 Vengeance cars were very, very fast and very dominant when Halleck took that pit stop. But right now, just opting to stay as they are, just keep the gap as it is. But I think that's mainly owing to the fact that Morrison, Milwane and Haynes are all just running together right now, and there is a draft around here which helps them.
Yeah, and that was Medina in the wall there that last time by. As a matter of fact, Gargaro and Medina, the slowest of the cars in the top 6 at this point. So those front 4 are slowly moving away, as I believe that was Joseph Holman that just bounced off the wall coming out of turn 4. Here comes way down to the bottom Timothy Klaus trying to make a move on Robert Covey. That one failed spectacularly, as now here comes Joseph Holman putting his teammate under pressure.
Yeah, the Udox cars going at it right now, and both of them looking very much... they've definitely got their war scars on them, but they definitely can't be putting any more damage on those cars, especially as we've got so much of the race left to go. And can I actually say it now? Are things actually starting to settle down at this point?
Stop it. Here comes Michael Lane trying to maintain that 15th position against Mark Gonzalez. In the 88 on screen, Robert Covey now in danger of losing that position, and now actually losing that position to Timothy Klaus in the 80. As Joseph Holman works behind him, Greg McEnany in the 350 as well. Matt Gelder there in the 69. Maurice Gamillion not that far behind in that number 44. As we ride on board with Gamillion. Just taking that look, and you can see just how narrow this racetrack is, as Gelder will get around Gamillion's Forge Racing teammate, that's Greg McEnany, falling back into the 11th positions. I believe that was the 999 of Joseph Holman, making a big move down as Gamillion immediately gets passed by Roger Shank and Mark McFadden.
And Gamillion probably still a bit rattled from that incident he had a couple of laps ago. Just needs to get that momentum back again, as Michael Lane will be the next one to try and get around him. Mark Gonzalez in the number 4 is back there as well. Rob DeLoche is there as well for backup for Gamillion. And here comes Michael Lane now with a look to the inside of the 44. Side by side coming through the corner, and Lane gets it, but Shank into the corner and into the wall. No caution, they get it going once again.
Yeah, that's Roger Shank in the 950, who had gone to the who had been to the outside of Mark McFadden. McFadden had made a move. Take a look at it again here. This is McFadden trying to make the pass on Shank. This is down at the turn 1 end of the circuit. Fails to make the move there. He's going to come back around here. He's going to try to make that spot. Actually, I think this might have been a couple of laps. Yeah, no, this is a couple of laps ago, pardon me. As we'll go back to live pictures, but contact between the 00 and the 950, as now Shank really starting to fall backwards now, down to the 18th position, as I believe that's one of the Evolve cars. That's James Doherty in the 161 coming down towards pit road.
That is, as he does have a fresh car underneath him. I don't see any serious... Actually, I'll just look to the right side. I'll take that back.
Oh, there you go. Not missing anything up at the front, as here comes Jeremy Morrison, and the caution has come out here. This will be for Joshua Mertz in the 128, and he is heavy into the wall, and I believe there's another car. I believe it's Robert DeLoche. It is. And DeLoche, who had just taken his fast repair, is going to be done for the night after that hit, which looked to be pretty spectacular. Joseph Holman as well. Yep. He's smoking out the back of his number 999 as well. Joshua Mertz had to tow.
Yeah, Mertz had to tow as well. He's done. I'm pretty sure he's already burned his fast repair. So Mertz, if he has to retire hit from this race right now, that is going to be a massive, massive blow to him with regards to the championship.
Oh, that happened way up ahead of him, and oh, it was a hard hit. That started with DeLoche battling with Joseph Holman. Or pardon me, was it DeLoche? Yep, there it was. There's Holman going up the track and destroying that 235. And then the 235 destroying the 128. This was Mertz's point of view. There was a big spin, though, in front of those guys that kicked this whole thing off. Sorry, was this from... Well, this was from Stephen Paulison. That was his point of view there. Let's see if we can get Mertz now. Here's Mertz in the 128. There was another big spinner. Oh. And then gets caught in the wall, which will effectively put an end to the night of the 128, and that's why he had to tow. Everybody comes down pit road as Milwane, you see him reversing, overshoots his pit box. Two drivers deciding to stay out. It's the 00 of McFadden, the 62 of Lane, and what a mad scramble off of pit road. Won by the 3, but not by much.
Joey Haynes making a big run of it at the end of pit road right there and almost pipped Halleck to the line, but good pit stop there by Joey Haynes. And you mentioned Ozzy Milwane overshot his pit stall. Didn't lose out too much though, but even a couple of spots can be a bit heartbreaking sometimes.
Lost spots to the 3 in front of him, Gargaro, Morrison, and Medina. Gargaro jumps Morrison in the pit stops. And again, Mark McFadden and Michael Lane, who both came in on lap 69, decide to stay out. So Mark McFadden currently leading the Southern 500 here from Darlington as we work caution number 8 on the night.
I don't know how bonus points work in this series. I don't know if he does get a bonus point for leading that lap, but Mark McFadden, if he does, will be very grateful and receiving it, as Michael Lane up to second, those two deciding to stay out. Now this will impede Brian Halleck's run on the restart, because he'll have those two cars in front of him, and that might mean good news for both Joey Haynes and David Gargaro, because they will know that Halleck will not get that big jump on the restart, and they will have their chance to try and get around him.
It's a little bit of a catch-22 for the 3, because while he does get to start behind the car that's controlling the restart, the 00, he cannot pass that 62 on the inside until they get to the start-finish line. So he can get a good jump, but he can't really make it work until they get past the start line, which from where these guys have been restarting is quite a ways away. Here at Darlington, as we're going to start to double up now.
And I'll be right back, because I've just frozen up.
So, the 3 of Halleck will line up in third. Again, it'll be Mark McFadden and Michael Lane in the first row, having not pitted under this caution. Brian Halleck, Joey Haynes will make up row 2. Gargaro and Morrison will make up row 3. Medina, Milwane row 4. Gonzalez and Shank in the top 10. As the field will work its way around here to complete lap 90 under caution. Still just shy of the century mark here from Darlington Raceway. And we will see here in just a moment how McFadden's jump will be here on this start. Gets the good jump. The 3 of Halleck will try to follow him through. Green flag is back in the air here at Darlington, and Halleck is right there. McFadden trying to cover him off. He will cover him off going into 1, but Michael Lane in the wall on the outside in the middle of 1 and 2. Will be able to get away. Boy, a big swing there from a couple of guys. That was Morrison trying to keep from running into the back of somebody. I believe Brett Trosen in the 944 slow going into 3 on the inside. He's slipping and sliding. He'll bring it into pit road. Will Brett Trosen. Not sure what happened to him on the start as Gargaro battling with Lane. Lane catches the wall one more time. Really wiggling that 62. Medina Boy, it gets really sketchy coming off of turn 2. Look at the move by Milway, and he'll get around Morrison. Coming out of 2. Absolutely,
Great run there.
Yep, absolutely incredible. Gargaro and McFadden battling with each other. Now Medina, McFadden falling back. He's going to get a reprieve here for just a moment as Halleck has taken the race lead. Single filed out through 1 and 2. Milwayne will now look for the position there in 5th.
Yeah, and he gets it from McFadden, and McFadden going to fall victim to Jeremy Morrison as well. So the option to stay out there was probably not the best one there for McFadden, but like I said, if there are bonus points, then McFadden won't mind, but look how he's bleeding positions right now.
Yeah, Michael Lane just pounded that wall going into turn 1 again. Medina now with Milwayne all over the back of him. Javier Torres had jumped down into pit road and then towed it to the box. So something has happened with the 49 of Torres.
Connection issues.
Yep. We'll look back. Here's Gerard Gilbert in the 73, battling with the 72 of Robert Covey. And Gilbert now bleeding spots on the inside line, trying to keep it off of, that would have been Joshua Mertz, Jacob Mink, pardon me, in the 47. Boy, it is so hard to find a little ounce of breathing room around this racetrack as Covey and Sherburne almost come together in 3 and 4.
Yep, and I've just noticed something. We are seeing the sun starting to set here, which means we will be, well, it won't be long before we'll be racing under the lights here at Darlington, so that should throw a very different dynamic here in this race, Frank.
It's almost 7 p.m. in sim time. Couple of days, about a week or two ahead of where we actually are. You can see the in-sim date, September 5th. Again, just prior to 7 p.m. is Roger Shank battling with Maurice Camillion. And by virtue of being on the outside, the 950 of Shank will keep the position. Track temp has only gone down 1 degree from the start as there goes Robert Covey around the 80 of Klaus. Up at the front, it is Brian Halleck with a 1.8 second advantage over Joey Haynes. Haynes with a 2.8 second advantage over this trio of Gargaro, Medina, and Milwayne. To round out the top 5, Maurice Camillion now once again coming back at the 950 of Roger Shank. Shank has that outside, but the 44 looking really strong on the inside line, and he will take that 10th position.
Yeah, forcing the issue did Morris, and he's able to take that position away from Roger Shank, and now will set his sights on a very ailing Mark McFadden, who's still bleeding spots here. He's even lost a spot to Michael Lane, who stayed out with him. As here comes Camillion now setting his sights on that 00. Just not quite close enough to get the move done, though.
Robert Covey makes the pass on Roger Shank, move the 72 up into the 11th spot. A battle a little bit further behind them. Greg McEnany and Timothy Klaus having a battle over the 15th position. Klaus has it. McEnany wants it. That's the 999 of Joseph Holman sitting behind those two as we have eclipsed the century mark here at Darlington. A bit further ahead, Maurice Camillion now gets under the 00 of McFadden. Robert Covey's going to try to slip on through as well, and he will do just that. Jason McSparron in the 119 into pit road. As Mark McFadden still falling backwards down into the 11th position. Michael Lane, the other one who did not come into pit under the last caution, he is still up in the 8th spot. And he has pounded the walls on several different occasions. So the 62 of Michael Lane has found himself in a nice little pocket. He's 3 seconds ahead of Gamilion, but 5.7 behind Jeremy Morrison.
It's always nice to find yourself by yourself in this situation. Gives you a chance to just calm down, reset, and just get your wits about you once again, as Lane is doing just that, just trying to circulate the track as best as he can in that 8th place. We've got a battle brewing for 2nd place, though. No, not for 2nd place. For 3rd place between 2 teammates here, Gagaro Jr. and Nathan Medina right on top of each other now.
Yeah, Medina and Gargaro able to get around the lap car of, I believe that was Ernie Ludwig, as we're looking at a battle a little bit further back as the caution comes out again here.
Seven.
At Darlington. The .135 of Chris Sherburne.
Yeah.
We'll see what happened here to put us under caution number 9.
A bit of impatience there from Ron McPherson, just got into the side of Chris Sherburne. It was just a nice little bit of contact on the left rear that was enough to turn Sherburne around and bring out most recent caution.
That was right in front of the leader, Brian Halleck, as well, so I'm sure he was a little bit less than entertained by that. So right on board in front of Halleck, there are the 2 in front of him, McPherson and Sherburne. As again, that will put us under caution number 9 of this race. Would certainly be expecting Michael Lane and Mark McFadden to pit this time. I'm not sure about anybody else. It looks as though they'll stay out. And from what I can gather, we know William Herzog did not start the race due to connection issues. Will Fletcher, a DNF. Javier Torres, a DNF. Joshua Mertz has been in pit road for the last 13.5 minutes. Robert Gamble on track. Robert Deloche has been in pit road for the last 12.5 minutes. So we have 1 did not start, 2 official DNFs, and 2, we'll wait and see, of the 34 that entered tonight's race.
Yeah, and I thought Robert Gamble was out of the race, but he's back in it again, albeit quite a number of laps down. I believe he's kept it in pit road. I thought he was actually going to stay in pit road and not come back out again, but he's managed to get that car fixed. He's 21 laps down, but will continue on in this race as far as he can go.
We're looking right now at the 64 of Rob Courtney. Something has happened to him under this under this caution. He's heading down the front straightaway. I think he's going to pull it over and stop here to trigger the incident.
Yeah,
yep, that's exactly what happens.
Is he out of fuel? Because he was going very slow there.
So he has decided to jump to pit road. Michael Lane in pit road. Stephen Paulison, Greg McEnany, Brett Trosen, Jacob Mink, Ronald McPherson, all coming down pit lane. As Brian Halleck currently showing the way here at Darlington, and has been for a good number of laps. Only 2 leaders that I can think of in this race thus far tonight. That would be Halleck and Gargaro, and that would be it. McFadden did lead a couple of laps there thanks to the pit cycle, so 3 unique leaders here tonight.
And Joey Haynes still up there in 2nd place, doing ever so well tonight. Is not really forced the issue, although he is up 7 spots from where he started. Biggest mover of the night so far is still Mark McFadden, up 19 spots from where he started. He started in P29. He's currently sitting in the top 10 now. McFadden, I believe, has just taken it down pit road, so might be in a good spot. No, he hasn't taken it down pit road, so he's still on those old tyres. Still might struggle on the restart, so I take that back.
And in the 10th position right now is that 00 of Mark McFadden. As we'll take a look and try to find that 3 of Brian Halleck in the race lead at the moment. Brian Halleck does have 1 win this season. If I remember right, it was a class win at one of the multi-class endurance races this season, which there will be no more of those for this this series this season. I think we only have 1 more road course race on the calendar, and that will be the Italian Grand Prix at Monza coming up in a few weeks' time.
Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, absolutely. As we head through turns 3 and 4, about to get this race back underway. Brian Halleck, this time delays a little bit, but will still get the good jump. Green flag is back in the air on lap 109 here from Darlington, as Gargaro now has a little bit of a look to the inside of Joey Haynes. Gargaro will take the spot, at least for the moment, and now he'll hold it.
Gargaro has already been known for those good restarts, but clearly, as you can see, not as good as Brian Halleck, has been able to get away so quickly and easily, as now Halleck trying to put a lap on Chris Sherburn right there.
Yep, there is Chris Sherburn in the 135, coming out of pit road a little bit late there on this restart, and these guys got straightened out incredibly quick. Michael Lane comes to pit road. Rob Courtney now coming out of pit road, as the field now going to bunch up here behind the 135 of Sherburn. I believe Ronald McPherson has had a spin. He has. That's down in turn 1.
Sherburn to the wall.
Take a look there. Sherburn slowing the field up coming out of turn 2. Or the old turn 2 coming out of turn 4 currently. So we'll take a look and see what happened to Ronald McPherson, because he was big time damaged when that all started coming out of turn 4. Never does get the car under control, hits the inside wall, ends up backwards, and once again, because he's far enough off the racing line, no caution called for the single car spin at the back of the field. And Sherburn really bunching this field up, but right now, battle for the 3rd position. Nathan Medina takes that spot away from Joey Haynes. So Haynes, who was looking really good on that last run, has now lost 2 spots to Gargaro and Medina, as Halleck has broken away to a 2-second lead here in just a couple of laps.
Question is, though, how can Gargaro respond? He's well known for getting those leads out as well already tonight, so can he reel in the number 3 as they come through turn 2? I will point out the points leader, Artie Milwain. He's right behind his teammate Joey Haynes right now. He was looking threatening for about half a lap, but decided to back off and fend off Jeremy Morrison instead. So a bit of teamwork happening right here.
Certainly is. Joey Haynes, I believe, if I remember correctly, 3rd place in points. So this is a nice night for Milwain, a nice night for Evolve, also a very good night for Vengeance. Right now running 2 and 3. See Gargaro starting to break away from this pack just a little bit. Mark Gonzalez driving the 88 machine for Vengeance, trying to get around Jeremy Morrison. 3.5 seconds behind that. Maurice Gamillion in the 44 has gotten around Robert Covey, as Matt Gelder tries to follow him through but cannot. Another 3 seconds behind that. Gerard Gilbert. A little bit of contact going into turn 1 with Mark McFadden, but everybody keeps it straight.
Gilbert gets it done. A bit of a blink there from Gilbert, though. That might cause him a few issues, but gets the job done regardless. And again, it's those old tyres, and Mark McFadden is causing the issue here. He is very much the cork in the bottle with this big train of cars right behind him.
Boy, look at the run that Jacob Mink gets through 3 and 4. Gets around Homan, gets around Doherty. and is now looking to try to complete the pass on Roger Shank, and will get the pass done on Roger Shank as the 161 of Doherty gets into the fence in turn one. It's Aaron Greer in the 512 on the inside, making his way through. It's just a mess of things happening all throughout this field right now, as Ozzie Milwane now has fallen off the back of the three up at the front of him. And is now falling into the clutches of Jeremy Morrison and Mark Gonzalez, who's putting Morrison under increasing amounts of pressure every lap.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying before. Milwane was on the attack when the green flag came back out, but has since decided to back out of it, and looks to be playing rear gunner for Joey Haynes right now, trying to keep the Howler car behind him and the Vengeance car behind him, and Joey Haynes can go off and put Medina and Gagara under pressure. However, it's not working right now because there's two Vengeance cars that are just starting to get away right now.
Brian Halleck still getting away from the remainder of the fields here. He's 3 1/4 seconds ahead of David Gargaro Jr., who is just in front of his teammate Nathan Medina, and those two starting to put a little bit of a gap on Joey Haynes right now, as Morrison still trying to work on Ozzie Milwane and Mark Gonzalez. Starting to put a little bit of a gap between himself and Gonzalez now, as he's putting Milwane under a heap of pressure right now in that number 75.
Yeah, Milwane doing ever so well to keep that car behind him though. And when you think of teams that have been in the wars tonight, you know, Forge have been in the wars tonight, but also Udox and Howler, they've just had nothing but bad luck tonight. It's unfortunate to see, as there goes Milwane, makes a mistake, and there goes Morrison banging doors as they come out of turn 4, but Morrison gets the job done.
Yep, and that's the mistake that Milwane did not need to make, as he'll fall down to the 6th position, out of the top 10 now, or out of the top 5, a little bit further behind. Roger Shank still having trouble getting around Mark McFadden. As now
everybody is.
Shank getting put under pressure from Brett Trosen. Contact, and that puts Shank in the wall hard in turn 1. He'll clear himself off the racetrack, but not before he gets broadsided by Sherburne. And again, far enough off the racing line, we stay green.
Unfortunately, you got to put that one on Mark McFadden. His car was all over the place and putting people in very unorthodox positions, trying to keep the cars behind him. And McFadden, unfortunately, just putting everybody out of whack. And unfortunately, Shank coming off the worst in that one.
Trosen shot right up, hit the apron, kind of went half and half on the line and off the line. And we saw in real life this season that did work. Not the way Trosen did it, however. It is worth noting that Brett Trosen is the first car not on the lead lap. He is 2 laps down right now. So the lead lap cars all the way down to, I believe, Roger Shank. No, I'm sorry, all the way down to Stephen Paulson in 15th. Now with that incident, McFadden and Shank 1 lap down. Everybody else 2 or more.
Yeah, Mark McFadden finally brings it down pit road. He's realised that he was holding up enough people and decided to back out of it and take it down pit road and get those fresh tyres and fuel. But it's only going to come at his own detriment, and Shank going to come in and get some damage repaired as well.
Absolutely. Is Robert Covey trying to run away from Timothy Klaus right now. Klaus in the number 80, running about 0.3 of a second a lap quicker than the 72 of Robert Covey right now. And you can see just how much that advantage means. He closes in big time on the 72 through 3 and 4, and he's going to try to maintain that. He's a little bit further behind. This is Michael Lane.
Oh, Covey in the wall.
Trying to battle with Doherty. As there's 72 of Covey, and he'll let Timothy Klaus go after that contact.
Yeah, just got it all wrong through turn two, yeah. Just ran wide into the wall, and we're seeing that a lot tonight. A lot of Darlington stripes being handed out, as we've already mentioned here tonight.
I think everyone's gotten a piece of the wall at some juncture here in this race. So once again, we'll take a look back. Michael Lane in the 62. James Doherty in the 161. It's the 73 of Gerard Gilbert in front of them. Now Gilbert is on the lead lap. And not with fresher tires than these guys. Gilbert last came in on lap 87. Michael Lane came in on lap 109. As we continue to work our way through, Mark Gonzalez in the number 4, starting to come under pressure from the 44 of Maurice Gamillion. As Gamillion starting to look really good here as the run goes on. 0.4 of a second quicker that last time around. Then Gonzalez. As now here comes, you see that in the back there, that's the tire advantage. Mark McFadden in the 00 running right up to these guys, trying to find a way around these two.
And it's very interesting to see how the tables have turned now. Mark McFadden now seems to be the fastest car out on track with how fresh his tyres, though, although not quite up to temperature yet as he gets it all wrong coming out of turn 2, but still right on the back of Gamillion, going to try and take that inside line and take Gonzalez as well. That is fresh tyres at their best.
Yep, fresh tires versus no tires, as I believe the 950 of Roger Shank is going to look to do the same thing. The 135 of Chris Sherburne there as well, again with no front end. After his incident earlier on. As boy Gonzalez cutting off Shank to get around Sherburne. Now hitting the wall in the middle of 3 and 4 is Gonzalez, but everyone stays clean. Gamillion had to dive out of the way a little bit as we're about to get a battle for the final step on the podium here in what has been by far and away the longest green flag run of the night.
Yeah, Joey Haynes has started to reel Nathan Medina back in now, so the Vengeance car is starting to fall off the boil ever so slightly, whereas Joey Haynes has conserved those tyres and now can go on the offensive, but you got to think green flag pit stops aren't all too far away here as we are now traversing lap 132 of 367.
The last time that anyone in the top 10 had come into pit was lap 87. So it's been quite a run on this set of tires and this run of fuel. As there's 322 of Stephen Paulison getting lapped. So the 73 possibly the last car. Actually, I think Joseph Holman right now in the 999 is the last car on the lead lap right now, and he's doing everything he can to try to hold off Michael Lane and Brian Scrivener in the 70 behind him. Throw up the track map. Let's take a look and see where your favorite driver's number is in relation to where they are on the racetrack. The number 3. Oh, at the top is Holman. Takes a big slide. Stays out of the wall somehow.
Down the 62 almost going with, and that was Michael Lane almost in the wall, and Lane's come back up on the racing surface right in front of the leader. Now Halleck needs to pick his way through this one very carefully because Lane is not fully up to speed yet.
No, and Michael Lane has been racing aggressively over these last couple of laps. Joseph Holman has decided to take it down pit road. You can see where the rest of the drivers in this field are. If you find out the 42, that's where he is in second position right now. As we have a lot going on around this Darlington circuit, and I think for the first time tonight, we've got little packs of races here, but it's looking nice and calm as Ozzie Milwane coming under fire for 6th, into the wall again, and that will really put a light of fire under Mark Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I'm noticing that gap between Halleck and Gogaro is coming out as we've got a crash, and it's Scrivener in big trouble.
And he's already towed it to pit road, but not fast enough to prevent the caution from coming out. So the 70 of Brian Scrivener.
Oh, that wasn't Scrivener that started it, though. That was Covey.
Yeah, there's Covey in the 72. I have to assume he hits the wall out of 2 here. Yep, he does. Comes down and body checks the 70 right out of the way, and with the 70 being stopped on the track, caution comes out.
Oh, that was a hard hit there for Scrivener.
It certainly was. Take a look. This happening just before the caution came out. Joey Haynes in the 338 getting a run after Nathan Medina was all the way down at the inside wall there, coming out of turn 4, taking that 3rd position away under caution as Brian Halleck, Gargaro, Haynes, Medina all come in. Jeremy Morrison decides to stay out. Same with Ozzie Milwane. He decides to stay out as well. So a good amount of takers from the guys who haven't come in since lap 87. However, also a fair amount of drivers deciding not to come in, including some guys that are on the tail end of the lead lap, such as Robert Covey. In 72, Stephen Paulison, Gerard Gilbert as well. As Brian Halleck will win the race off of pit road. Jeremy Morrison has the lead in the race, and what we will do now is we will once again take a commercial break. We'll be right back. You are watching the Major Series Southern 500 here from Darlington Raceway, coming off the longest run of the race under our 10th caution of the night. We'll be back right after this.
Lights are off on the car, the pace car here at Darlington. We're under another caution here after an incident involving Brian Scrivener and Robert Covey. That took us to the caution, but green flag is out once again. We are racing here once again, and Brian Halleck, not the best restart he's had all night. As we go in towards turn one, David Gargaro Jr. finds himself right with him again this time around.
Yeah, and that was one of the slower restarts for the three of Halleck, as we see Matt Gelder trying to look to the inside of Maurice Camillion, cannot find it. You can also see up overhead there's a lot of cloud cover here at Darlington right now, and you can tell by the in-sim time, we're a little bit past 7 p.m. That sun is going down. Track evolution right around now is really where it's going to start. The track temperature's dropped another degree. It's going to drop quite a bit more as this night progresses.
Yeah, once we get under the lights and once it's in complete darkness, expect the temperatures to be in the probably the mid 70s, maybe low 70s. So the track will become a lot more comfortable for some drivers, maybe not so comfortable for others.
This field getting very spread out here early on in this run, and that will come with the fact that we've had so many damaged cars here tonight that there's quite a pace difference now spread out here between this field, and with there only being 11 cars on the lead lap, that's also certainly going to change things around. Robert Covey in the 72 right now, the first driver not on the lead lap, as Brian Halleck has pulled out to a 1.6 second lead over David Gargaro Jr. Nathan Medina battling with Joey Haynes right now, a full second behind his teammate. These two running really close together, however not as close as Maurice Camillion and Matt Gelder right behind them.
Yeah, and this is the highest we've seen Camillion all night, so he's going to be looking to progress forward, but he has that car, Matt Gelder, right behind him. Gelder's been in the wars tonight, staying for Camillion, so both of them going to have to try and keep this one clean. Joey Haynes and Nathan Medina, meanwhile, these guys have been practically inseparable all race long, well, for the past 50 laps at least, as now, after the pit stop, Medina able to get back ahead of Joey Haynes, and that's not going to help him either. Big mistake going through turn 4, and that's going to put Joey Haynes right on his bumper again.
Yeah, got really close to the wall there. Did the 6 of Medina, a little bit of a mistake, and that was after Haynes had gotten around Medina thanks to a mistake just before that caution had come out a couple of laps ago on lap 135. As just behind them, Matt Gelder trying to put a move on Maurice Camillion right now. This is the battle for the final spot in the top 5. Jeremy Morrison having one of his best races of the season right now. He's been a fixture up here in the top 10 in that number 75 Howler Racing machine.
Yeah, really keeping Gelder and Camillion honest right now as he's trying to... Well, he's just sitting back right now, not really putting the pressure on anybody, but he needs to be careful because one driver that will put him under pressure is that 114 of Ozzy Milwain.
Absolutely, and these 5 here running incredibly close together with each other, and that's led by Nathan Medina, who continues to fall further and further behind his teammate of David Gargaro Jr. Medina, Haynes, Camillion, Gelder, and Morrison.
Here we go.
Running in this group as here comes Joey Haynes around Nathan Medina. Medina's going to get hung up on that outside line as Maurice Camillion's going to look to try to take the advantage, and he will not be able to do that as Ozzy Milwain now starting to put a lot of pressure on Jeremy Morrison as he gets up to the front of this group that's being bookended by Evolved Machines.
Yeah, we know Milwain will not want to sit back there too much longer, knowing that his teammate is making progress as well as they're coming round. I believe that might be
Ludwig in the 26.
Was it Ludwig?
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was. So Ludwig getting lapped again. He's having a tough night tonight, and been having a lot of bad luck since Indianapolis, I will say. But Ludwig is an IndyCar specialist, so that might explain why.
We'll certainly give a little bit of insight there as Morrison trying to refocus his attention back to the driver in front of him. That is Matt Gelder. Gelder in that 69. He has been through the wars tonight. As Morrison, a big save after hitting the wall in the middle of 3 and 4. Here comes Ozzie Milwane looking to take that 7th spot.
And that was a costly mistake there by Morrison. And that's going to lose him a spot too. Ozzie Milwane, the points leader now, to that 7th spot. But because of that, has lost some ground to the cars in front of him.
Yep, he has. Is now Brett Trosen trying to get out of the way of Maurice Camillion. Matt Gelder losing a little bit of time, and he allows all 4 of those lead lap cars to get around him before heading into turn 3. As Ozzie Milwane now trying to put the pressure on Matt Gelder in the 114. It's about as low as we've seen Milwane in this race thus far. Who's going to get a big points night out of this with Justin Garrick not being here tonight. Boy, getting really close to Matt Gelder. Chris Sherburne having a poor night here tonight, up in the 4th spot in points. Brian Halleck leading the race. Spencer Todd not here. So this could very well stand to have evolved.
Halleck hit the wall going through the corner there. And I'm not sure how much damage he's got from it, but that was a pretty significant hit into the wall for him.
And still set a lap time that was quicker than David Gargaro Jr. behind him. Even with that hit of the wall, we'll take a look at the last lap time. Still 7/100ths of a second quicker than Gargaro behind him, even with that contact with the turn 3 wall. As he gets around Ronald McPherson, puts him yet another lap down. We'll see what the time difference is here as Gargaro's fallen 4.5 seconds off of Halleck. See as they come across the line, puts a 1/2 second on Gargaro, who's now starting to have to look more behind him at Joey Haynes in the 338.
Yeah, I hit the wall, so what? I'm still going to gain time on him.
It's only going to make me faster.
I know, right?
Take a look a little bit further back. This is just inside the top 10. Mark Gonzalez getting the pass done on Greg McEnany. And not only is that the final spot in the top 10, that is also for the final spot on the lead lap. So McEnany running in that 11th position right now, the final car on the lead lap here at the moment, as his teammate Maurice Camillion is now going to start to look behind him and see the 114 of Ozzie Milwane filling up his rearview mirrors.
And since the drop of the green flag once again, Milwane has found some speed in that Evolve car and will be looking to continue his run forward. He just hasn't had the pace of the 2 Vengeance cars and Brian Halleck tonight, which is unfortunate, but at the same time, he's in a championship battle with a couple of drivers that aren't even here, so he's not really too bothered at the moment.
Just about clips that wall in 3 and 4, and Halleck, I don't think anyone has been able to touch Halleck's pace here tonight, as Halleck got held up big time on that last lap by a couple of lap cars. That would have been Ernie Ludwig and Roger Shank, that cost him a good 0.7 of a second in his lead on David Gargaro Jr. Let's take a look a little bit further back. Jeremy Morrison trying to make a move on Matt Gelder. See if he can get the move done here in 3 and 4 as Morrison looks to the inside. They're going to come off at turn 4 in a drag race, and it will be Gelder at the line. But with the way we've seen these cars tonight, it will ring true. Morrison will take the position into 1.
Then Gelder hit the wall for good measure. Needs to be careful with hitting that wall. He's hit it enough times tonight. The only advantage that Gelder has right now is that his teammate Timothy Klaus is about 3 seconds off the back of him.
Still only 2 retirements here tonight. Javier Torres in the 49, Will Fletcher in the 28, and Mark Herzog not starting this race here tonight. As Joey Haynes getting put under a lot of pressure by Nathan Medina, getting held up by Roger Shank in the 950, who has taken a fast repair, seeing as though he has a back bumper again. And now Medina will take that spot back, jump up back up into the third spot.
Yeah, and I'm expecting this to go on all night long between that Vengeance car and the Evolve car as actually Haynes has lost a lot of ground trying to get around Roger Shank right now. Going to be interested to see how quickly he reels Medina back in. But again, Medina and Haynes have just been very much joined at the hip since the start of this race.
But Roger Shank has not been easy at all for these guys to get around as David Gargaro Jr. finds himself in a little bit of a pocket. 4 seconds up to Brian Halleck, about 1 3/4 back to Nathan Medina. As Ernie Ludwig, who just came in and took tires in front of him. However, Ludwig, unfortunately, doesn't have, or pardon me, that's not Ludwig. I think that actually might be Joshua Mertz. It is Joshua Mertz. Joshua Mertz, who does not have much of a car to speak of right now at the moment.
And Mertz has been in the wars tonight, and obviously him having that glitch and that stuck him in the wall did not help either. Had to tow it and was in pit road for a good long amount of time. I think it was over 35. It was over 26 minutes. Yeah. So that will not have helped him at all. He's had a horrid night tonight.
Robert Deloche in that 235. We've seen him have his issues tonight. He was in pit road repairing that car for the better part of a half hour. Nearly 35 minutes spent in pit road trying to repair that 235 to get as many laps in as he possibly can. Right now sitting last of the cars that are actually running on track right now in 31st position. Good, 12 laps off of Joshua Mertz as you see his teammate Maurice Camillion sling in behind him as the closest battle on track right now is a good one. It's a battle for third position between Nathan Medina and Joey Haynes.
And this one just not giving up at all, these two. Probably creating the most entertainment out on track right now. We just saw Greg McEnany and Mark McFadden take it down pit road for their pit stops. Very much out of sequence compared to everybody else. Wow, Medina made a real meal of it getting around, I think that was Gerard Gilbert going around him.
Was Gerard Gilbert in the 73, and now he puts it in the wall in the middle of 3 and 4. As the 338 of Joey Haynes will see that start to lick his chops as he gets closer and closer to that number 6. Looking for that third spot here. Halleck 4.2 seconds ahead of David Gargaro, not missing anything up in front of you. Again, this is the closest battle on the racetrack. And again, this is something that you see here at Darlington. You'll see a lot of incidents early. And then when the guys who can handle this racetrack start to be the last ones remaining, now you get the green flag runs in as these last couple of runs we've had are getting progressively longer and longer.
That they are, and everybody getting spread out right now as Ozzy Milwayne has lost that spot to Maurice Camillion now. So Milwayne starting to struggle a bit on those older tires.
Yeah, Milwayne had been at one point at about 0.2 of a second behind Maurice Camillion, and now has fallen to about 1.2, both with tire fall off and with lap traffic to deal with in such scenarios like this one where he's trying to deal with Robert Covey. Decides not to go to the outside and pounds the wall coming out of turn 2. And that's going to drop Ozzy Milwayne even further behind and now put him darn near in the clutches of the 75 of Jeremy Morrison, who's bringing Roger Shank, Jacob Mink, I believe that's Brett Trosen there as well behind him along.
And Trosen's just been down pit road as well, so he's going to have fresher tires than anybody else in that little pack as well, so he'll be looking to get around these guys as quickly as possible. Obviously, Trosin is a couple of laps down as they come down the Boeing backstretch right now, and that's on the apron right there. It's the 143 of
Stephen Paulus of Ronald McPherson.
It is.
Now, it is worth noting here tonight, these guys had 11 sets of tires that they can change onto tonight. Now, naturally, it would be the set you qualify on plus 10. And with no qualifying here, you do have 11 sets of tires, a true 11 sets of tires to start your race on, as this is a battle for position between Shank and Mink. Some of these guys, Joseph Holman's been down pit road 10 times. Sherburne and Trosin have been down 9. Now, that's not to say that every single time they've been down pit road they've taken tires. But you'd have to wonder, with just under 200 laps to go here, there's still quite a number of laps to go. And how many tire sets do those guys have left?
Yeah, we're not even halfway yet, and you've got to think that with a lot of those pit stops, mainly for damage repairs, but you know, there's always going to be that incident where someone forgets to unclick the tire button and accidentally take tires. So there's that to take into account as well. But you know that they've probably had the warning from the league owner Mike Willett, but the fact that they need to conserve those tires and save them as much as they can. But sometimes you just either forget or you're just a bit too stubborn and just take them anyway.
It's another battle for position here. This for 25th, as the 512 of Aaron Greer gets around the 143 of Ronald McPherson, and that is the last time that Greer will be passing somebody for position in quite some time. Jason McSparren in the 119, ahead of him in the 24th position, a good 4 laps ahead of the 512, and that's why you continue to run laps around these races, because these are very, very long races. Anything can happen. You can very well pick up a couple of spots by the end of it.
Yeah, I believe McSparren is in a battle for position with Rob Courtney right now. That's one of the Vengeance cars getting it all wrong through there. I think that was Gonzalez.
Yes, it was. It was Gonzalez, and now Gonzalez will go a lap down as the 3 of Brian Halleck goes around him. And that 4, which has been so good here tonight, he was quick in practice. He was the 4th quickest in practice. Has had it all go wrong for him here during the race, and now only 9 cars remain on the lead lap, as Brian Halleck has made a couple of mistakes here tonight. But other than that, he has been on absolute rails here tonight in the 3.
He's just been unstoppable. He's got his Darlington stripe as well, which is even more interesting. He tapped the wall about 15, 20 laps ago. We've got one of the Evolve cars in the wall in the background. I think that might have been
Joey
Doherty.
Haynes, I think.
No, it's Doherty in the wall.
Oh, yep, there is Doherty.
And he's taking it right below that line, and he's going to bring it to pit road.
No, he's going to...
Or not.
Yeah, he's going to stay out, is James Doherty. We're looking back there as Brett Trosin was battling for position with Chris Sherburne, and he took that position away. Did the 944. Roger Shank in pit road. Nathan Medina still about 0.6 of a second ahead of Joey Haynes. So it still remains a Vengeance 2-3 at this point. As Brian Halleck really starting to get slowed up significantly by slower traffic, as there is the 9th place runner Timothy Klaus just flashing by at the bottom of the screen. Getting set to go a lap down. One of the biggest movers of the race is Klaus, plus 13. Gerard Gilbert, plus 17. The biggest mover of the night, as now lap traffic and mistakes have held up Medina. A big slide coming out of turn 4. Haynes will take the position as Medina tries to regather the car. There's the 332 of Paulison, who will let him go. So Medina with a big mistake coming out of turn 4, including traffic, has dropped the 3rd position again.
Yeah, and that incident happening just as the lights come on around the track. So floodlights are all around, are on all around. We are heading into darkness here as, Medina making that mistake just as that happened.
Yep, and there's Ozzie Milwane right now. We saw him make a mistake earlier on. Still has not really fallen into the clutches of Jeremy Morrison. Those two running near identical lap times here tonight. Well, here at this moment, at this point in the run. It's worth noting, you see the graphic on the screen. It's the top 5, pardon me. Everybody in the top 5 came in on lap 137. So we are getting close to the first round of green flag pit stops here for the leaders tonight. And that's something we have not talked about here at all tonight thus far, is how doggone difficult it is to get onto pit road here.
It is very difficult. It's you got to slow it down before turn 3 and make sure you hit your mark going into pit road, which is right on the exit of turn 4, but it's a very curved entrance into pit road. Kind of akin to Dover if you think about it, but obviously they're going to be coming at that pit road a lot faster than Dover.
You got to lay way back if you want to get in there. You see that yellow line, that's where the optimal line to get into pit road would be, but not many drivers take that, opting to really back it down and get as low as they can going into turn 3. We should be seeing that here fairly soon, as the battles for position here have quieted down, as Matt Gelder coming under fire from Ernie Ludwig in the 26. Just behind him, as we have reached the halfway point here at Darlington tonight. And again, the runs are getting longer and longer and longer. And that could also be because these guys set up for a darker, cooler racetrack than what they had at the start. A lot of guys, as you see Gelder get into the wall there, a lot of these guys starting to feel the handling coming back to them the way they're expecting it to if they set the car up for a night race.
That aero push still a nightmare though, as we saw Gelder get into the wall in the 350 of Greg McEnany, having to back out of that one just to avoid it. So people are still struggling out there, but obviously, like you said, those ideal conditions are going to come into play as the temperature actually has gone back up again on track. It's now 85 degrees, so I'm not really sure what's going on there.
It's back where it was at the start of this race, and maybe because we've gotten such a long green flag run, it's kept some of the heat in the racetrack. It could be. And speaking of heat, there's going to be a lot of heat coming up here on ESPN. Tomorrow night will be the penultimate race in the regular season for the Rowdy Energy Cup Series. They will be at Michigan at 8:20 p.m. Eastern Time, expecting Sam and possibly Tony in the booth there, although that is a question mark at the moment. Coming up on Tuesday, it'll be the MX-5 Pro Series from Road Atlanta. Yep, the caution has come out. Try to see what that was for. Michael Lane is in pit road. Not sure if that had anything to do with him.
Big damage on Michael Lane's car. No, he was already in pit road. So it's somebody else.
Just after the caution came out, Mark Gonzalez got around Timothy Klaus. So I believe Timothy Klaus will be the lucky dog recipient.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Klaus was the one that got turned. He was he got into it with David Gagaro Jr. as Gagaro was trying to put a lap on him. Klaus tried to shut the door, and unfortunately, Gagaro turned him. So Klaus will miss out on that. That's bad.
Yep, and that's how Gonzalez will get his lap back because he was right behind the pair of them when that happened. Take a look at it from above. It's through 3 and 4, and Klaus, a couple of pirouettes and then back straight again. As everybody comes down pit road here, as we would expect. Only 8 cars on the lead lap at the moment, so pit road a rather docile place here. And Gargaro, did he beat the 3 out? It was certainly close if he didn't. And I think the sim has given the race lead to the 42 of Gargaro.
And that is a game changer, because we saw how Gargaro was able to get those big restarts earlier on in the race, and Halleck's been doing it as well. We could see a very interesting restart this time around.
Yep, absolutely. Let's take a look. On board with Gargaro coming out of the box. Car goes down. Out he goes. Yep, I think he did beat Halleck out. Let's take a look at it from Halleck's point of view on board of Halleck. Remember, the green cone is the line. Boy, that's
tight.
Yeah, that was a tie, if anything, and I think they gave it to Gargaro because he kept in it. So Gargaro will get the race lead. Halleck, Medina, Haynes, Gamilione, Milwane, Morrison, and Gelder. Everybody else down pit road as all the lap cars servicing themselves now. So, again, it'll be Gargaro in the lead, and he'll have his teammate Medina behind him. But with how good Halleck has been all night long, this is going to have to be a get up and get out for Gargaro on this start.
Just looking to see what happened to Halleck in that pit stop. It was a very straightforward pit stop between the two. It was just that Gargaro's pit crew was able to get those 4 tires on a lot quicker than Halleck's team. 14.97 in the box for Gargaro, 15.33 in the box for Halleck. The Vengeance pit crew working a lot faster than Evolve, it seems.
And there you see that's
Not
the
Evolve.
time. That's the time stopped in the pit box there on screen right now. You see Gargaro 0.2 of a second quicker. Total time down pit lane. Gargaro almost a full second quicker down pit lane, and you saw how much he had beaten him out of pit road by. It was not by much. So close racing between the top 2, and now we will see what Gargaro has here, Sam, as we go back to the race, as we go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, and I will apologise. I said Evolve Racing. It's actually Ford Racing that Halleck represents, as the pace car is off, and wasting no time is David Gargaro Jr. Halleck unable to go with him right now. Here comes Nathan Medina with a good restart as well, side by side for second place as they come flying down towards turn 1, and that was the restart that Gargaro needed.
It certainly was, and Halleck was able to brute force his way back past Nathan Medina. Medina's going to try to get the run coming out of turn 2, as I believe that was Jacob Mink. It is in the 47 that was way down at the bottom of the racetrack. Jacob Mink running in the 13th spot as there's a big scatter of cars behind them.
A very big scatter of cars, one of them being Mark McFadden, but in front of them it is McEnany in there. Timothy Klaus is at the front of this one. Actually, the one that's leading it, I think that is one of the Sector 5 cars that's actually in front of him.
It's Michael Lane that's in front of the big group. There's Timothy Klaus centered on screen right now. Jacob Mink trying to make his way back up towards Greg McEnany. McEnany a lap ahead of Mink right now. So McEnany currently sitting in 12th position. Couple laps down. as Gargaro coming under some serious fire from the 3 of Brian Halleck.
Yeah, and Gargaro's just got to hold on right here and try and keep that number 3 behind him. But we've already seen tonight that Halleck is not an easy person to race with, especially with the pace he has in that Mustang compared to the Toyota Camry. So here we go. Gargaro staying ahead, but for now, what more tricks has Halleck got up his sleeve to get around this number 42 now?
Don't know how many more, but Halleck certainly has had the pace to be able to up and run from any situation that he has needed to get away from here tonight. Just behind them, Joey Haynes trying to wait for that mistake from Nathan Medina once again to overtake him and get that 3rd position back. As Ozzie Milwane sitting right behind him again. It's feeling like deja vu all over again, just with the top 2 flip reversed.
And Gargaro just doing everything he can to keep Halleck behind him, but Halleck gets a better run coming out of turn 4. Now he has the run. Is he close enough to try and take a look here going in towards turn 1? Not just not enough there for the 3, but he's definitely right there, Frank.
Yep, not quite there yet. He needs to get one of those great runs coming out of these corners in order to pick up that spot on Gargaro as we ride on board with the 42. Trying to keep out in front of that 3 who has not been in a chasing position too often here tonight. He's been as low as 22nd on a pit cycle, but other than that, he has been up at the front the entirety of this race, and already you could see just the flash of the camera there, lap traffic coming up.
There is, as Halleck is even closer this time around, coming out of turn 4. But still not close enough, and I think Halleck was very close to the wall there on the exit of 4.
He certainly was. As we take a look a little bit further back, this is inside the top 10. Timothy Klaus getting passed by Stephen Paulison, and that is notable because that is the final spot, I believe. Yes, it is the final spot. Well, the first spot, pardon me, not on the lead lap. So Stephen Paulison in the 322, after being a serious contender early, has gotten back up to a position where if a caution comes out rather rapidly here, he can get back on the lead lap. Matt Gelder falling quite a ways behind the race leaders, however. He's already 21 seconds behind David Gargaro Jr. on a lap time that takes 29 seconds to get around. Falling quite a bit off the pace, a 1.5 seconds a lap slower than the race leaders. Boy, that was something to come back to. He's in the midst of big-time traffic as Brian Halleck's going to try to take advantage of it, as that was the 26 of Ludwig trying to get out of the way, puts himself in the wall, almost takes out the top 2. Halleck's going to get through and take the race lead. Medina will keep ahead of the 2 Evolve cars as a big-time sketchy moment going into turn 1.
Yeah, and over the ultimate opportunist right there, Brian Halleck, just seeing what was going on. He knew Gargaro had to check up right there and just sailed on by. Halleck now back to the point, and already Halleck starting to pull away.
Gargaro, a little kiss of the wall going into turn 1. But Halleck now, he's going to have to deal with that Sector 5 machine of Chris Sherburne. As Sherburne with a lot of damage, still no front end clip on that car. As he will get lapped fairly easily, and all of this scuffling between Gargaro, Halleck, and the lap cars have brought Medina, Haynes, and Milwane right back up to the top 2, and it's only going to get worse because there are a lot more lap cars just in front of that 3.
Yeah, a whole gaggle of lap cars in front of them. I believe Rob Courtney is, no, he's not at the front of them. He's in there somewhere. And that might be a good omen there for Gargaro Jr. if he can use Courtney to hold up the leader.
He has to pass one less, pardon me, as the 48 of Robert Gamble heads to pit road. Joshua Mertz backs off and lets them go. This one shouldn't be too difficult of a pass for Halleck, with Robert Deloche a teammate ahead of him now. It's still a good 4 or 5 more cars to pass here in this run, and Gargaro is right there.
So is Medina. So is Haynes.
Watch out, McFadden.
Battle for the lead. As there is Scrivener and McFadden just getting into the mix a little bit there. As Scrivener into the wall, and that could have caused a whole bunch of trouble.
Certainly could have, as Halleck being a little bit forceful around these lap cars, knowing that he doesn't just have Gargaro breathing down his neck. He's got the entirety of the top 5 breathing down his neck right now, as it's Brett Trosen in the 944 ahead of him. And then after this, these guys will get a little bit of clean racing. Take a look at the track map there. We've got a nice little gap now for these top 5 to either race it out or spread out.
Yeah, and spread out might be the word, because Halleck already using that speed advantage to his advantage. Starting to pull away slightly from Gargaro. Gargaro now has his teammate Medina right on his rear bumper. And he's going to need Medina to try and keep him up there, I think.
Now, something that doesn't get talked about all that much here in this sim is the fact that there is a little bit of a difference in handling between these cars. Now, yes, all 3, the Ford Mustang, the Toyota Camry, and the Chevrolet ZL1, they are built identically, but the setups handle different in each of the cars. Brian Halleck in the Ford is in by far and away the stiffer of the 3 cars. The Toyota is a mixture of the two, a very solid mixture of the two. Meanwhile, the Chevrolet is a little bit freer than the other 2 manufacturers. And around here, as this race starts to go into the night, that could play into the hands of Halleck during the day, but towards the night, it could fall in the Chevrolet's hands.
It could do, but yeah, there was that scare a few months ago when iRacing accidentally nerfed the Chevrolet and made it slower, made it the slowest of all 3 cars. But looks like they've fixed that problem now, because Joey Haynes is staying with the Toyotas. The only problem is the Toyotas are now starting to lose ground on Halleck.
A lot of the guys got iRating back after that, if they've been racing and lost iRating in the CL1s, as both of the Vengeance cars into the wall going into turn 3 after Medina takes the spot. Now Gargaro's going to come and take it back. Haynes is going to stay behind Medina again, and Milwain has completely fallen off the face of the earth. He's now a second behind these guys.
Yeah, and with that mistake, that made Brian Halleck extend his lead by a full second now, as he goes around one of the Howler cars. I can't quit. That's Covey. As he comes through turns 3 and 4, and again the Vengeance car's very close to that wall again.
And that's that. They're trying to take as much of this racetrack as they possibly can, and it's getting closer and closer and closer each time, as Covey with a big hit in the wall. That'll send Medina around to the inside. That also hurts the 338 of Haynes. The caution does come out, as the 72 of Covey had a huge moment going into turn 1.
Yeah, and we've seen that a few times from Covey, unfortunately, tonight. And only difference is this time it's happened right with the 2 Vengeance cars and the 2 Evolve cars, and the only saving grace is that none of them got serious damage, and that the caution came out so they can reset them again.
Slow enough on the racing line is why the caution came out there, or in the racing groove, I should say, was why the caution came out right then. The guys in the top 8, all on the lead lap, which, by the way, Matt Gelder saved from going a lap down. Timothy Klaus was able to pass Stephen Paulison once again. So Klaus will get the lap back. David Gargaro Jr. and Nathan Medina come into pit road. Not surprised to see Medina take its way towards pit road. A little bit surprised to see Gargaro come down pit road, though.
might be nursing a bit of damage from that wall hit a few laps ago, so he might have to come down and possibly burn a fast repair. I haven't seen them burn one so far here tonight. We are past halfway, so this might be the ideal time to burn that fast repair, get it out of the way, and have a fresh car underneath him for the restart.
Jeremy Morrison, the third of the 8 lead lap cars to come into pit road. Medina will just pit farm the car. Gargaro will do the same, as they're both sitting there now waiting for damage repair. Morrison comes into pit road. I'm sure he'll do some damage. Oh, no, he'll take a full-on fast repair. Will the 75. As these guys can sit down in pit road for a little while, as the leader only going into turn 3 right now.
Oh, that was very scary for Morrison. Ooh.
Take a
that
look.
Was a bit spicy. Sorry.
We'll see how spicy it got there on pit exit for Jeremy Morrison. Now he'll jump these 2 Vengeance cars. Boy, gassed it. Boy, burned out those rears.
Well, that's one way to get heat into the tires, I suppose.
Yeah, certainly, especially on a track that's cooling down.
Take a look at the weather as the track temperature is back down to 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temperature is now down to 79, so temperature is definitely coming down as nighttime is pretty much falling around here. We are still seeing a little bit, well, it's a red sky at night, Angel's Delight.
Red sky at night, Racer's Delight, I think is what it was.
Well,
as
different countries, different sayings, okay?
Track temp's gone down 2 degrees. Ambient's only gone down 1 as we're about to hit 8 p.m. in-sim time. Wind, we've seen gust as much as 12 miles an hour to the south. This track hasn't changed all that much, but there certainly is still time in this night as we've got over 100 laps to go. There is still a very decent amount of time left before for this track to evolve. No pun intended.
Yeah, speaking of evolve, they are up there in second and third. Maurice Camillion going to be restarting in P4. That's the highest we've seen him all night. So we've got 2 Forge cars and we've got 2 Evolve cars. It looks like... well, I'm not sure what Jacob Mink is doing, but he's going to be up there anyway.
David Gargaro Jr. will go from 2nd to 5th with his pit stop and damage repair. Nathan Medina came back down pit road, so he will restart in 8th, ahead of Timothy Klaus, who, because he got the free pass, has started the back of the line. As we get set to go green flag racing once again here from Darlington Raceway, taking lap 213 in a race that Brian Halleck has been the man to beat here tonight. As once again, he will take that immediate race start, try to string everybody out going into turn number 1. Green flag back in the air.
And we're actually restarting on 2:15 as they go into turns 1 and 2.
What did I say?
And those Evolve cars just not ready for Brian Halleck as they just completely fall off the boil immediately.
Great restart as well for Nathan Medina, who jumps from 8th all the way to 5th on that restart. As David Gargaro now with those fresh tires trying to use them to their advantage as he gets around Ozzie Milwane right now in the 114. Nathan Medina, I'm sure, will be doing the same very, very soon. He does in that 6. Gargaro's going to be hunting the race lead now.
Yeah, on much fresher tyres than the 2 in front of him, and now will set his sights on Haynes as he comes out of turn 2. Big run for the 42 in towards turn 3. Gonna dive it in there. Big dive from Gargaro. Will take away second place now. Has his sights set on Halleck.
And there you see why the pit stop is becoming such an advantage. It hasn't sprawled out enough for the graphic to be able to show it. But Gargaro and Medina coming in on lap 211 as compared to Halleck coming in on lap 287. So there is quite a difference in laps between Gargaro and Halleck. Gargaro will throw it to the inside going into turn 3, give the race lead to the 42, put the 3 in the wall.
Yeah, and that's going to leave Medina with a run on him as well. Now, this is going to be a path for second place. Vengeance are 1 and 2 with a tyre advantage.
Yep, that is important to note, is that tire advantage as Halleck, not insinuating, by the way, that Gargaro put him in the wall. There was enough room between the 42 and the 3 to park a city bus, as Halleck will be able to defend and keep the 32 of Joey Haynes behind him. However, Haynes not able to defend from the 69 of Matt Gelder.
Yeah, where's Gelder come from? He's found some incredible pace in that 69 Udox machine, but he's lost some time to Halleck, and Halleck, for some reason, I'm going to put it down to old tyres, seems to be really struggling now as Gelder closing in on him.
Gelder, another one of those guys, I believe he took a fast repair. He came in under this caution as well. So that's 69 using those fresh tires, and that's, I would have to say, that's what it comes down to, is just the fact that the 3 in front of him now, the 42, the 6, and what I would have to assume momentarily will be the 69 on those fresher tires as compared to the 3 of Halleck, certainly is what the advantage is. It looks as though, I believe that's Mark Gonzalez making a pass on Maurice Camillion. Now that is not for position. Gonzalez is the first car not on the lead lap in 10th right now, so that's why it's worth keeping an eye on Gonzalez in the 4. Stephen Paulison, the car he's racing right now, is quite a considerable ways back, a good 11.5 seconds between the 4 and the 322.
Yeah, and the struggles keep continuing for Brian Halleck. He's just lost 4th place to Joey Haynes now and is losing time and falling back, unfortunately, into the clutches of Ozzy Milwain as well. So Halleck, for all the pace he's had tonight, opted to stay out on those old tyres. Has not worked for him at all.
Boy, and that's why he had a huge slide coming out of turn 4 off the outside lane, and that's what not only got Gelder around him, but got Haynes around him as well. As those old tires not playing nice right now with the with the 3, there are the words. As Maurice Camillion battling with Ozzy Milwain right now. That's a battle for 6th. I believe Milwain has just taken the spot.
Yeah, and these two going at it for that last spot in the top 6 right now. And they are, well, the gap is starting to grow again between Halleck and Milwain, and that's because Milwain is battling Camillion right now. Jeremy Morrison, we were expecting him to be up there with those guys, but unfortunately, as Milwain having problems as well, and that's going to let Camillion get a run on him now.
Yep, get right back up to him, as that's Jacob Mink in the 32, car number 47 on the graphics. As Jacob Mink jumps up, he's still in the 13th position. He's going to be there for quite some time. Again, Greg McEnany, who he's racing just behind the 44 of Camillion, a lap ahead of Jacob Mink at the moment. Mink and Gonzalez, McEnany, no, pardon me, I believe Gonzalez and Paulison are the only two that are 1 lap down at the moment, with McEnany 2, I believe. If not, McEnany's 1 and Mink is 2. Yep, McEnany's 2, Mink is 3, as I thought.
Just had some retirements to speak of right now, and we had a comment by one of the drivers that's retired, Joseph Homan. He says, I fought Darlington and Darlington won, and he's saying, go you guys. So Joseph Homan is done. Michael Lane and Robert Covey, the other 2 drivers that are no longer taking any part in this race.
Yep, and for everything that we've seen here tonight, to have only 3 retirements is quite astonishing. Is actually 4 retirements, actually, pardon me.
5.
Who was the 5th? We got Covey and then Michael
Fletcher,
Lane.
Torres. Fletcher, Torres, Homan, Lane, and Covey.
Okay, so it was so 5 retirements and 1 did not start here tonight as we see Gargaro starting to stretch his legs a little bit over Nathan Medina. Has the 143 of Ronald McPherson ahead of him. That's Timothy Klaus in the 80, about to be put a lap down again by the 42 of Medina. And Klaus had the unfortunate, well, I mean, it's a fortunate and unfortunate luck of getting the lucky dog. Got him back on the lead lap, but started him at the back of the field, which is why he is so quickly being put a lap down again.
Yeah, and that'll put him in the lucky dog spot again, but that's dependent on if we get another caution, and I'm pretty sure with the nature of the track we will. We still have 28 drivers still running out on track right now, so anything can happen in this race. But I'm looking at the fuel strategy, I'm looking at the pit strategies right here, and the longer that Hallett goes on those old tyres, the worse it's going to hurt him right now, because he is absolutely hemorrhaging time to those 2 Vengeance cars now.
Yep, he is down 10.5 seconds to the race lead. He's only a half a second off of Joey Haynes, who has the same tires as he does. Take a look back a little bit further as this nice little gaggle of cars. Ozzie Milwane trying to hold off Maurice Gamillion, and now Jeremy Morrison, who under that last caution, we saw Morrison take a fast repair, so that's 75 is spick and span. A little bit of nose damage there on the 75, but other than that, perfect as Gamillion gets under Ozzie Milwane. A lot easier to do out of turn 4 than it is in turn 2. Milwane will take the spot right back going into turn 1. Group of lap cars behind these 3. It's a battle for 6 between Milwane, Gamillion, and Morrison. Looks like Gamillion has taken a fast repair here rather recently, as Milwane almost puts it in the wall in 3 and 4. And look at Morrison go.
Yeah, Morrison trying to take the inside line and try and get a twofer through that corner right there. Didn't quite work out for him. He had to back out of it because his car got all kinds of sideways. The Canadian looking to progress forward with that fresh car underneath him, just not able to make it work now, as he now gets a run on Milwane coming down the Bowen backstretch. He doesn't have the room to get the job done though, but it's only a matter of time before Morrison does it, and he does it through 3 and 4.
Now Morrison is playing with a tire advantage. He was one of the guys that came into pit road on the restart, during the caution, pardon me, on lap 112. So Morrison does have fresher tires than these guys. And Milwane, once that car gets on old tires, he almost clatters the wall there coming out of 2. Milwane, we've seen him dropping like a rock here tonight. Once those tires get old, he gets into the wall, and he's now coming under fire from Greg McEnany and Mick Sparrett.
Yeah. His only saving grace is that he's got 15 seconds over Timothy Klaus, but the way, if he keeps dropping time like he is, and if he keeps hitting the wall like he is, as Ernie Ludwig smacks the wall, he's going to lose that time to Klaus, as Klaus has got fresh tires, and it's getting very touchy out there right now.
Yeah, that was Halleck. Halleck using Chris Sherburne as a pick down the back straightaway to get the position back from Joey Haynes, and then both of those guys going up into the wall. As Sherburne got a great run in the middle of the corner, and Halleck, just on his trajectory from making the pass, forcing that 135 into the wall as Ozzie Milwane comes down pit road.
Yeah, Milwane had to. Those tires were gone on that 114. So he's had no choice but to bring it down pit road and get a fresh set of tires underneath him. Advantage for him, though. He's going to be the fastest guy out on track once he does make that pit stop.
Absolutely, and that can only mean that guys like Halleck, Haynes, and Gamillion are not that far away from pit stops of their own here, and these guys have not had to make, at least the guys up in the front, have not had to make green flag pit stops yet here tonight. That was Milwane's first attempt at a green flag pit stop. And for Haynes, Halleck, and Gamillion, it'll be their first attempts at green flag stops as well, as those guys are working 50 laps on those tires and tank of fuel. Ronald McPherson getting a little squirrely in front, not missing anything up front. Gargaro Jr. and Medina have completely run away from Matt Gelder. 7.5 seconds separating David Gargaro and Matt Gelder. Nathan Medina a second behind Gargaro. Closest battle on track, though, was the battle we were just watching between Brian Halleck and Joey Haynes, as Ronald McPherson lets them go in the 143. That's the 73 of Gerard Gilbert ahead of them now.
Gilbert's had a very, out of the 3 Kinetic drivers in the field tonight, he's had the cleanest of the lot. So Gilbert just running his own lines and has a clean car underneath him, but Halleck will try and take the position as well, as that is, I believe that is Gonzalez in front of them as well.
That puts
it's
Halleck
just not going, it's not going Halleck's way, is it, right now?
No, that one put Halleck in the wall. He was trying to make a move on the 73, and once he made that move, he saw the 4 of Gonzalez, and then had to quickly change his approach going into turn 3, and that change of approach put him in the wall. Unfortunately, as Haynes now closing in on the back of that number 3. Saw a couple of laps ago, just as Ozzie Milwane was going into pit road, Brett Trosen had an incident in the 944. He's coming out of 2, hits the wall, spins off to the inside, into the wall hard. We've seen that a couple times tonight. Once again, well enough off the racing line, so we stay green. As Gargaro now getting stuck in a little bit of lap traffic. Now Nathan Medina, Gargaro puts it in the wall in 3 and 4. Medina now within a half a second of his teammate in the race lead, and it has been Gargaro, then Medina, pretty much the entirety of the night, as Joey Haynes has gotten around Brian Halleck.
A lot of right side damage on that number 3 right now, and he's probably struggling with both that and the old tires as well. I mean, that hit into the wall after trying to get around Gerard Gilbert didn't help either. So Halleck having a tough time now. Now he's having to race for it.
That was a big time hold up there. Take a look. James Doherty in the 161 looked like he was trying to let the 2 go. However, he and Halleck both moved down to the inside. Doherty slowed down to allow the 2 to go around him, and Halleck had to slow right down to avoid getting into him, and that puts Joey Haynes back up into the 4th position. Stephen Paulison in the 322 hits pit road.
Lots of smoke from that engine, though.
Yep, there's Paulison. Oh, so he's had a big hit somewhere. Has Paulison. Let's take a look and see what happens to Paulison here. He's battling with Ozzie Milwane, or at least he was. So we'll try to find and see what happened to Paulison. That was the aftermath. Oh, his engine just blows down the front straightaway.
That's a straight up blown engine for Paulison. His night might well be done.
Would appear as such.
Oh no, he's back out. Took a back repair.
Yep, there you go. That's why you save that fast repair as late as you possibly can. As Haynes and Halleck getting set to go another round. Gargaro has started to pad that gap up to Medina. 0.7 of a second again. It was down to about a tenth and a half. It's now gone up to 0.8 of a second between the top 2. It's Maurice Gamillion now getting close to Jeremy Morrison. You just saw Morrison in screen there. As Gamilion now on fresh tires trying to get around, or pardon me, Gamilion still hasn't come into pit road yet. As he gets around Doherty, is now looking at Jacob Mink. Oh, and around goes, that's the 73 of Covey. Lock it down. There he goes.
No, it's actually coming. That was Gilbert going around.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
No contact, I don't think. He just went straight around and didn't hit anything. That was a pretty good. That was one of the nicest crashes I've ever seen in this server tonight.
There was a car there with him. We'll take a look and see what happened here with Gilbert. Oh, hit the wall, and Morrison ran right over him.
So there was contact. I do apologize.
Well, there was no contact to start the incident, but between the two, that's a hit for Morrison because he has taken, we saw under that last caution, he did take his fast repair. That was a hard hit to the right front of Morrison.
Gargaro and Medina are in.
Yeah. So Gargaro and Medina come in. Haynes, Halleck, Morrison coming in. Gamilion, I would expect when he catches up, yep, he comes in. Matt Gelder decides to stay out. As the 42 stops in his pit box, we'll see if any damage fixing there. Nathan Medina, same thing. Brian Halleck now just getting to his box. 42 does not fix damage, and they're both down and away.
And Halleck was very fast going into his pit stall there. Not sure if he sped or not, but he was very much in a hurry to get down to his pit stall. And he's pit farming the car.
Joey Haynes out. Jeremy Morrison's going to take some time to fix some damage. Maurice Gamilion. No damage repair to speak of on the 44. Matt Gelder now comes in after leading his lap. So that will put David Gargaro Jr. right back up to the front. As we work lap 248 of 367 here, and it's been a long night so far here at Darlington. But it has gotten a lot better over the last couple of stints here. So what we'll do now is we'll take a break. We'll be right back. You are watching the Major Series American Sportsman Division, the Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. We'll be back right after this. About to go back to green flag racing here from Darlington Raceway. About to take lap 251 here at the Lady in Black. There goes Gargaro. Restart is underway. We're back to green flag racing. With 8 cars on the lead lap. Mark Gonzalez, the one that gets the lucky dog. He will start at the back of the line. Needs a caution pretty quick here if he wants to try to catch back up. Joey Haynes right on the back of Nathan Medina. Brian Halleck getting right around Jeremy Morrison on the restart. As I believe Matt Gelder, that is Matt Gelder, in the 69, slow on the inside. And he's drifted it through 3 and 4. He's going to make the save. Does he? No, he's going to slide, lock it down. No caution should come out for that. And will stay green, but Matt Gelder, who is in third almost the entirety of the last stint, now in danger of almost being lapped. Ozzie Milwane into pit road. Greg McEnany into pit road as well, as those two will be put another lap down. As right now it's Gargaro, Medina, Haynes, the top three, with Maurice Camillion and Brian Halleck closing down quickly. Jeremy Morrison there as well. Mark Gonzalez, again, as I had mentioned, in the back of the field, having to start at the back of the longest line. Thanks to the lucky dog. Gargaro in the 42, trying to do what he can here to get away from his teammate, and I think more specifically to get away from the 3 of Brian Halleck, who has a great run, and he'll get the position on Maurice Camillion, his teammate. So Halleck in the 3 up to 4th. Halleck decided to repair some damage under that caution that he sustained over the last run. As Gargaro and Medina have been running in this order the entirety of the night. Very seldom has that 6 been in front of the 42, and Gargaro, who came so close to winning the 87 Daytona 500 over at the beginning of the season, round 2. He's certainly wanting to make no mistake here to capture the second crown jewel event that NASCAR has to offer. Joey Haynes, however, right on the back of Nathan Medina.
Yeah, just in the background, I just saw all that damage that Brian Halleck repaired has been redone again because he scraped that wall going through this very same corner that he was going through a lap ago. That's lost him a bit of time, but since started to make it back up, it's not gone all Halleck's way since he made that bad tyre call, but he's slowly making up for it right now. He's keeping within check of that top 3.
Certainly is, as Halleck he's gotten past his teammate Camillion. He's gotten up a couple of spots as Medina really pushes up in the middle of 3 and 4, stacking the 2 up behind him, as this is Halleck's best chance to try to pounce on Joey Haynes right now, and he's going to duck back in, thinking better of it going into T1.
Yep, so Halleck trying to make progress, but not making enough progress at the moment. The pass between Halleck and Camillion, it was a premeditated pass. Camillion just let him have it.
Well, there you go. And Camillion has not had the pace that Brian Halleck has had, at least. Camillion has certainly had a significant amount of pace here tonight, just not the pace that the 3 has had. As this top 4 continues to be running line astern as they get into a little bit of trickling of lap traffic. That's Chris Sherburne in the 135. As Sector 5 has had a horrid night here tonight as a team. Sherburne down, running currently in the 18th position. There's a little bit of movement there between Haynes and Halleck.
And Halleck was trying to force the inside line there, and Haynes was absolutely having none of it and pushed him right down to the apron. That could have ended all kinds of badly. Halleck having to back out for now. We'll have to regroup and try again.
Yep, absolutely. Here comes Jeremy Morrison trying to battle with Maurice Camillion, trying to get into the top 5. Is Morrison, even with the damage he sustained from the last incident, as Nathan Medina still doing an absolutely wonderful job trying to weather the storm that is Joey Haynes.
We've seen some great defensive driving this week, no more so on Tuesday when we saw in the MX5 Pro Series when one of the drivers in there just held on. I think it was Jamie Ayres, just held on for lap after lap after lap, just soaking up all the pressure behind him. This is what it's reminding me of here with Nathan Medina, just soaking up that pressure from behind and just being able to hold on to that second place. But for how long, we don't know.
He's made a couple of mistakes and he's given that spot up. However, he's gotten a caution and has gotten a better run through pit road to get the position back from Joey Haynes. So it seems as though once he makes a mistake big enough to lose the spot, something happens to where he gets it right back. So a little bit of a wiggle there through turns 1 and 2. And speaking of the MX5 Pro Series, they will be coming up on Tuesday, but not before the Rowdy Energy Cup Series holds their penultimate race of the regular season. They will be at Michigan tomorrow night at 8:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up on Tuesday will be that MX5 Pro Series. They will be running their penultimate round of the season at Road Atlanta. That'll be 2:50 p.m. Eastern Time. The nightcap on Tuesday will be the Western States Racing League. They will be racing at Iowa Speedway, round number 8 of that season. And on Wednesday will be the final doubleheader for quite some time. On Wednesday night, as Sim Racer's Edge will head to Auto Club for round number 6, the track where it all began for Sim Racer's Edge will return for the first time since the first race in the series history back in season 1. That'll be at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. And then the nightcap for Wednesday will be the season finale for the Endurance for Amateurs season. I believe, Sam, where did you say that they were going to be? They're going to be at Watkins Glen. That's where they're going to be at 8:25 p.m. Eastern Time. And for those of you who enjoy that series, we had announced it earlier on tonight. E4A has announced that they will be re-signing with us for season 3, which will begin in the middle of September. So we see a lot of guys starting to fan out here. Brian Halleck trying to take advantage of it as Halleck goes to the inside of the 338 of Joey Haynes, trying to take that position. If he can stay alongside of him, he should get it going into turn 1.
And showing a lot more pace though going in towards turn 1, but doesn't have enough as Halleck chooses that inside apron. Doesn't get quite the run he wanted. Haynes going to have the run on the outside now on the exit of turn 2. Gets the position back, but a big wiggle by Haynes. Now there's going to be a drag race towards turn 3.
Yep, Haynes had gotten into the wall a little bit, and I think that inside line for Halleck, taking that shortcut down to the inside, did not work out for him, and he's going to lose the spot coming out of turn 4. So Halleck can't quite make the move, cannot quite take the advantage, and that's a double whammy for the 3 of Halleck, because not only did he not get the position, he's also lost the second on the 2 Vengeance cars.
Yeah, 100 laps to go here at Darlington. It's been a long night, but we are finally on the home stretch here. And at the moment, it's a Vengeance 1-2, followed by Joey Haynes in 3rd place. And just as I say that, the 2 Vengeance cars putting a lap on, I believe that's Doherty they're going around now.
Yes, it is in the 161. Only 8 cars on the lead lap at the moment. Matt Gelder very close to getting put a lap down, as I believe Joey Haynes just smacked the wall coming out of turn 2. He certainly did, because here comes Brian Halleck to take the position going into turn 3.
Yeah, now Haynes has got to respond to this very quickly and try and get that spot back, but we don't know how much damage he's got on the right side of that car now after hitting the wall not once but twice in the space of 2 laps. And it's showing right there now he's got some damage that's bothering him because he's losing ground to Halleck already.
Well, the first one was a little kiss of the right rear corner. That second one was a huge body check to that outside wall coming out of 2. So the 338 having his issues right now. Gargaro trying to hold off a charge from his teammate in the 6, Medina, who really has not put all that threatening of a charge on Gargaro, not just in this run, but in this entirety of the race. As they come up to lap Matt Gelder. Now, Gelder, we saw him in the top 3 as there's smoke, and that's Ozzie Milwane slow down at the bottom. As he was just battling with Gerard Gilbert. Take a look and see. Here's the pass by Gilbert. Ooh, contact, I think, possibly with the 332 of Paulison, because he was slow, and that's put given Gerard Gilbert the position. As right behind them, here come the leaders.
Yeah, and the 2 Vengeance cars being held up slightly.
Uh-oh. Here comes Halleck.
Yeah, and this is where your teammate needs to stop battling with you and become a bit of a rear gunner as they're trying to get around the 69 of Matt Gelder. And where is Halleck? The answer is he's right on the back of Medina now as Gelder gets into the wall.
It was close for Gelder, almost coming in and hitting the right rear corner of Halleck. But those guys, that was Gerard Gilbert and Matt Gelder holding up the 2 Vengeance teammates, have brought Brian Halleck right in, brought them back 0.7 of a second backwards to Brian Halleck. So that 3 had a lot of his work done for him, as now Ozzie Milwane is in the middle of it. So is Chris Sherburne, and he's blocked up both of those guys.
Yeah, and while we're saying that, look how Medina has responded. He was battling with his teammate for the lead now. Noticed that Brian Halleck was coming, and through all that lap traffic has decided to now drop off the back of the lead, play rear gunner for that Vengeance team, and hold off that charge in number 3. Great teamwork between those 2.
I don't think with the 114, and I believe it was the 135, I don't think he had too much of a choice but to back off of the 42 to try to get a run and try to hold that 3 back. He has done that successfully for the moment, but Medina right now trying to hold off a charge for Brian Halleck, and he's going to put himself in the wall in the middle of 3 and 4. That should give Halleck a chance going into turn 1.
Yeah, not going to take advantage of it though. Well, not right away. Tries to cut turn 1 again as Medina gets it all wrong through turn 1. That's really going to give Halleck the run now.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure of that 3. He knows that 3 is quicker, trying to keep him behind him though. Halleck's had a difficult time passing here as of late. Not nearly as bad as he was, but not nearly as good as he was before as the cautions come out. I believe it's for the 161 of James Doherty. It is, and that's the 47 of Jacob Mink around as well.
Doherty got into the wall, and the mystery machine of Jacob Mink just a victim of circumstance in that one. Doherty clattered the wall and just came right down into the right rear of that number 32 Mustang.
So from what it sounds like, we're going to take a look at it now. And yep, it's same old story, same old song and dance from what we've seen so often here tonight. 32 just tried to take the run, and the track out of 2 just narrows up so much that it's hard to make a move as the top 5 all come down pit road. Everybody on the lead lap coming in here on lap 277.
Yeah, Mark Gonzalez will get the lucky dog after Matt Gelder was passed by... Actually, Mark Gonzalez, has he taken his lucky dog, or is it Matt Gelder?
No, it's Gelder would be the lucky dog recipient here. Gonzalez just so far back. He's just getting into the pits now. Is Gonzalez. See what we can spot here as far as who will win the race off of pit road. 42 rolling, 6 rolling. And it'll be Gargaro taking first position off of pit road.
Yeah, so 1 and 2 for Vengeance again, and Brian Halleck has got to do it all over again, trying to get that lead back away from those two Toyota Camrys. But since the halfway point here, Frank, you've got to say, Vengeance have been the stronger of the three cars here and up at the front.
Yeah, certainly have been. And with Halleck being pinned towards the back due to pit strategy, and the same thing with Joey Haynes, and as Matt Gelder comes into pit after he gets the lucky dog again, it certainly has been Vengeance Motorsports up at the front here ever since the halfway point. And we are well past the halfway point, not just in this race, but in this season as well. Only 4 more races to go coming up after tonight. Coming up on the 12th of September will be the Italian Grand Prix from Monza. In the Formula One, the McLaren
MP430.
Yeah, the MP430. Thank you very much. After that, coming up on the 3rd of October, it'll be the super late models in the Snowball Derby. That is one of the 2 remaining split series races that remain on the schedule. If you're a fan of the Oceanic, you will see the Phillip Island V8s. And if you're a fan of the European Series, you'll see the Northern National 300 on that day. If you're with us, you'll be seeing the Snowball Derby from Five Flags Speedway in the super late models. After that will be the SECA runoffs. That'll be the second of the 2 remaining split series races. Oceanic will have the Super GT from Suzuka on October 24th. Europe will have the Formula Ford Festival from Brands Hatch. And America will have the SECA runoffs from Road Atlanta. After that, it'll be the Indy Japan 300 from the Oval at Twin Ring Motegi in the Legacy Indy cars. And once that race concludes, we will crown a champion for the 2021 season here for the Major Series American Sportsman Division. So a lot of great racing still left here this season, but it is coming down to the wire. And this man right here is going to have a nice little run at it as we get set to go back to green flag racing. Green flag back in the air on lap 281. Gargaro in the lead from Medina, Halleck, Gamillion, and Haynes.
Yeah, Gamillion getting a decent restart there, just staying ahead of Haynes as the 2 Vengeance cars. Once again, another good restart. This time, Gargaro getting away a lot cleaner than Medina. Now, Medina probably nursing a bit of damage after hitting the wall a couple of times during that last green flag run. Halleck, not the best restart we've seen from him all night either.
No, certainly was not. And Joey Haynes repairing some damage. Jeremy Morrison repairing damage as well on that pit stop. So the 2 drivers that reside in the 5th and 6th positions at the moment with longer pit stops. Mark Gonzalez coming down pit road in the 4. I wonder what that's for.
Going to serve a penalty. It was a bad restart. So
Passing,
Mark Gonzalez,
illegal pass.
Yeah, possibly, as he's going to bring it down pit road and receive a penalty.
So Joey Haynes now trying to put pressure on the 44 of Maurice Gamillion in the 4th position. As Gamillion starting to fall into the clutches of Haynes, and this is the best thing that Gamillion can do. He knows he doesn't have the pace of the 3, but as you were saying, Medina playing that, sorry to say, the Bottas role of trying to allow the faster car to get away from the other team's faster car. Maurice Gamillion has that opportunity to do the same thing for Brian Halleck right now.
Yeah, as he's trying to hold off Joey Haynes, and Haynes, we've seen, has been fast all night, but those little mistakes just creeping in every now and again. They are getting away from Jeremy Morrison and Matt Gelder, though, so no problems for them at the moment. As Matt Gelder actually is a long way back after taking his lucky dog and having to restart at the back of the field.
Yeah, that's part of the problem with being the lucky dog here is you have to start so far behind everybody else that you're almost put a lap down right back again immediately. Only 7 cars on the lead lap right now. Timothy Klaus, if the caution were to come out right now, would be the one to receive the lucky dog.
There it is.
Yep, there it is. Speaking into existence, as that's Brett Trosen, who has gone around in the 944. That also looks like Stephen Paulison, who is stopped backwards on the wall. It is the 322 of Paulison.
And it's a carbon copy of the incident that happened during the last caution. Just Trosen bouncing off the wall and right into the side of Paulison.
Both of these guys multiple laps down. Brett Trosen running in the 23rd position. Upwards of 20 laps down at the moment. And there's, you're right, Sam, just come together out of turn 4. Coming out of turn 2, pardon me. Boy, and there's nothing that Paulison could have done there.
Yes, Dennis Diaz, you are seeing right. It was 367 laps. Right in the comments there.
We're full-length Southern 500 running tonight.
Absolutely. And it's been very incident-filled. Lots of cautions, lots of crashes, and lots of Darlington stripes being handed out, as you'd expect here at the Lady in Black. But still a lot of fun to see how these guys are working out with strategy and with all the racing that's going on tonight as well.
And absolutely. But to be fair, we have had a lot of great racing here tonight.
Oh, we have, yeah.
There goes Timothy Klaus getting that lap back. Ton of close racing right where you want to see it, up at the front of this field. The top 5. Ever since the caution came out after the Vengeance cars took the race lead off of pit strategy, ever since then, it has been the top 5 have been inseparable, which is exactly what you want to see at a racetrack like this. So Gelder will now get a chance to restart with the rest of the lead lap cars. Timothy Klaus is the one now that will have to try to avoid falling a lap down immediately again, as Stephen Paulison behind him, 2 laps down. He would be the next recipient of the lucky dog, barring a new car getting put a lap down.
And a shame for Mark Gonzalez getting that penalty for an illegal restart. He got put a couple of laps down as well and now sits outside the top 10. He had a good run going for his new team, getting in the top 10 there. Unfortunately, it's just all come and done because of a small mistake there by the number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are just inside of 80 to go here at Darlington. It'll be David Gargaro Jr., Nathan Medina, Brian Halleck, Maurice Camillione, and Joey Haynes running in the top 5, with Jeremy Morrison and Matt Gelder. As there is Gelder. I believe Gelder, he's going to be allowed to pass all of those lap cars to get back up towards the front. Now, Sam, you had stepped away. What had gotten Gelder in that spot in the first place was a restart 2 restarts ago. Right when we came back from break, Gelder must have had a misstep coming out of turn 2, found himself incredibly slow down on the bottom of the racetrack and ended up drifting through 3 and 4 on the flat, spinning out, getting himself composed again, and then later on in the run getting put a lap down, which is why Gelder is so far back if you had missed it, because he was running up in 3rd for quite some time there, and now he's going to restart where he should in the 7th spot.
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, okay then.
I was just coming back when I saw it. So
but somebody else did, so there you go.
True, but bad restart there for Gelder, and hopefully he can get it back up. These cautions are working in his favour, but with the damage on his car, I'm not sure if it's going to help him too much, as the lights are out again. We're ready to go racing one more time.
Timothy Klaus going to need another quick caution here to get back up to the spot that Gelder's in right now, as Gargaro Jr. looking for a good restart. Pace car is off. Halleck gets a great restart this time. He's going to stay right under the 6 of Medina. Might have a shot going into turn 1, but Medina gets the run coming off the corner. He will stay in second for the time being, at least, as Joey Haynes has gotten around Maurice Gamillion.
Haynes did not waste any time in dispatching Gamillion, and Halleck staying with it. Geld, yeah. Gelder, like I said, that car is very damaged, so it's probably not handling as well as it should be. And Gamillion now under pressure from Jeremy Morrison as they come out of turn 4.
Gamillion is at the center of attention right now as Mark Gonzalez once again is going to come down pit road here just after the restart, as Nathan Medina has a rear view mirror full of number 3. And contact hard into the wall goes the 6. Halleck will get position. The 6 will keep it straight. But that was a hunt from the 3.
Medina will not be happy about that whatsoever. He will feel he had the line going into the corner, and it looks like Halleck just misjudged it and drove right into the back of the 6. And I'm pretty sure Halleck will be apologizing over the radio, but this late in the race, Medina will be absolutely effing and blinding on the radio right now. Thank God we can't listen to it, but Medina, that damage on his car, that's going to cost him. He's coming to pit road.
Yep, Medina into the pit lane, and after such a good run, let's take a look at it. This will be from Halleck's onboard. Boy, it wasn't a massive shunt. It was just a little bit of a wiggle, but it was right on that left rear corner, and that sent that 6 hard into the wall in 3.
Yeah, very much heartbreak there for Medina. Thankfully, I believe he's got a fast repair in
side by side for the lead. Halleck gets it. Oh, boy, wiggling and squirming the entire way. Both the 3 and the 42. Joey Haynes is right there with these guys. As for the first time in about 100 laps or so, Brian Halleck back in the race lead, and he is already starting to run away with it.
Yeah, and that's all he needed to get back to the front right there. Halleck in pole position right now to get the win, as we are fast approaching 70 laps to go here in this race. And that car does not look stable underneath David Gargaro. We'll be honest, I don't think he's happy with the handling now the track has cooled down.
Probably not. And you can see that right there was the difference when Halleck came in on lap 187 with the rest of the group of guys. A caution came out on lap 210. Gargaro, Gelder, and Medina all came into pit. Not too many laps later, I would say around lap 220, Gargaro had taken the race lead, and ever since then he had been up at the front with Halleck chasing both Gargaro and Medina. That chase is now complete. Just behind these guys, here comes the 75 of Jeremy Morrison trying to pick up a position on Maurice Gamillion. A big slide coming out of turn 4 for Jeremy Morrison.
Yeah, and Morrison has been chasing it since the drop of the green flag, trying to get that position away from Gamillion, but not able to make it work so far. That is actually Jacob Mink right behind him. He's a couple of laps down, so he won't be so much of a threat, but Klaus, obviously the last driver on the lead lap, he's still making up position from where he restarted, but Morrison really putting Gamillion under pressure, but Gamillion at the same time trying to put Matt Gelder under pressure as well.
Jacob Mink running right now in the 10th position. He has now gotten to the same lap as Stephen Paulison. As Nathan Medina, there you see him. He has taken that aforementioned fast repair in the 8th position, 2 laps down at the moment on the rest of the field, as Brian Halleck not really getting away from David Gargaro Jr. the way we saw earlier on in this race. The top 3 on your screen.
Yeah. Halleck not having the runs he wanted before. Maybe it's because of the track evolution that's not working in his favor. Joey Haynes is right there with them as well, so if anything happens to those cars in front of him, Haynes will be right there to pick up the pieces.
And just behind them, so the battle for the 4th position is Matt Gelder, looking like he's starting to hold up Maurice Camillion and Jeremy Morrison, who has a huge wiggle coming out of turn 4. That's forcing Jacob Mink to be alert. Now, Mink does have Ozzie Milwane behind him. That is 10th and 11th on the racetrack. However, Milwane 2 laps off the pace of Jacob Mink. So while Mink and Milwane are sitting 10th and 11th, a couple laps separate those two.
Oh, Camillion.
There he is. Caution's out.
Gerald Gilbert and Stephen Paulison having a big incident here, and it's going to be a big hit off the wall for Gilbert, back up on the track, and Paulison nowhere to go.
Let's take a look at it right here. Gilbert running by himself, just clips that apron. Inside wall hard. Camera doesn't appreciate what we're trying to do. So let's go to another one. So there's Gilbert hard into the wall, inside wall. We've seen that so many times tonight, and Paulison just with nowhere to go.
That's a heartbreak for Paulison because he was in the running for that lucky dog spot. Probably not anymore, actually. Yes. Nathan Medina was ahead of him, but Paulison was trying to get back up there, and he was closing in on Medina a little bit, but unfortunately...
Paulison 2 laps down to Medina's 1, so Medina will get the lucky
had a
dog
spin
here.
Jacob Minks had a spin coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, he has. Now, he wasn't coming out of pit road. We'll take a look at what happened to Jacob Mink in just a moment, but right now the lead lap cars are on pit road. Halleck will pit from first position for quite some time now.
Got into it with Ozzie Milwane.
Those two were battling for position just before the caution came out. As we'll take a look. Once again, we'll show you that incident with Mink right after these pit stops here. There's Gargaro there. Morrison, the next car up. Haynes, Gelder, Camillion, Klaus, all on pit road here. 42 drops to Jack first, but the 3 will win the race off of pit road. Joey Haynes 3rd, Matt Gelder 4th, Morrison, Camillion, and then Klaus. Medina, I would presume Medina will stay out, but it doesn't matter. He still will start at the tail end of the longest line. And now we will show you what happened with the 47 of Jacob Mink. As, that's an awkward one, to say the very least.
Yeah, Mink was trying to go around the outside of Ozzie Milwane. It looked like Milwane just went straight on and into the left rear of Mink, which was enough to spin him around.
There's the overhead shot. I think it might have been the other way around. I think the 32 came down on the 114. Take a look at this from Milwane's perspective. No, that was definitely on Mink.
Definitely a strange one, though.
That one's... We've seen a lot of... Go ahead.
Sorry, Karen. No, Mink is going to get the wave around here, as well as... I believe that is... Sherburn right behind him? No?
Let's see. Yep, that is Chris Sherburn right behind him.
He's got a fresh car. I'm too used to seeing him with a damaged one. Sorry.
He has taken that fast repair. It also looks as though Ernie Ludwig will get a lap back. Mark McFadden will get a lap back. Greg McEnany, Brett Trosen will all get laps back here on the wave around. I mean, of all the incidents we've seen here tonight, that one was, one, the most tame, and two, the most unorthodox.
Yeah, probably a bit of miscommunication between the two drivers, but miscommunication is not something that you'd normally see happen during caution, but they were trying to probably sort through all the confusion of what happened between Trosin and between Gilbert and Paulison. They couldn't really communicate with each other at all anyway.
I'm sure that was probably part of it as we get set to go back to green flag racing on lap 306. Coming down to about 61 to go here in the Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. As it'll be Brian Halleck in the race lead here for this restart and immediately gets going. David Gargaro Jr. was ready for it as Gelder holding it strong on the outside against Joey Haynes.
Yeah, that was a great restart by Matt Gelder, and he's going to try and sail it around the outside of the 330.
Wow.
And he gets it done. Great move there by Matt Gelder to keep hold of that third place, and Haynes is going to be right after it now. A big run down the backstretch, just not going to be close enough. Gelder up to third place, and Gargaro is going after it with Halleck as well.
We've seen so often here tonight that the top line going into one has not been favorable. Gelder sailed it right in there and took the position away from Joey Haynes as we had a spin down in turn one. One car way off the pace down there.
It was Greg McEnany.
In the event, no caution. Gerard Gilbert coming out of pit road after spending the better part of 4.5 minutes in the box. Rob Courtney coming in.
Oh, no, I just want to update you on that one. Greg McEnany was actually involved in an incident between, it looked like, Mark McFadden, Joey Paulison. Not Joey Paulison. One second.
Here it is right
Stephen
here.
Paulison.
Oh, boy, McFadden just flew it in there on Paulison.
Yeah.
And because the track cleared off, we stayed green, but that was an odd one. Brett Trosin involved in that as well.
McEnany getting the worst of that one.
Yeah, certainly did. As back to live as Morrison.
Spreading out now at the front. Halleck is starting to extend that gap over David Gargaro Jr. Matt Gelder doing a great job of holding off Joey Haynes right now. We've got a bit of separation forming a bit further back as McEnany just gets out of the way of Medina. And no, that's actually Gonzalez. And we're looking at Klaus actually under pressure from Ozzy Milwain, who's a couple of laps down.
That's not for position for Klaus. However, the battle for position ahead of him is the 75 of Jeremy Morrison as Klaus trying to do what he can to get ahead of Morrison. For those of you who are wondering where the 6 of Medina currently lies, there he is coming to the start line now. 9 seconds off the race lead, so not too bad as far as recovering from being so far back on the restart. Since Joshua Mertz trying to get around the 950 behind him of Roger Shank. So take a look. Jeremy Morrison now really under pressure from Timothy Klaus as he tries to get around the 4 of Mark Gonzalez.
Gonzalez still trying to recover from those 2 penalties he had over the last 2 restarts, and he's just going to let the leaders just sail on by. And Ozzy Milwain, but he's in a battle for position with Roger Shank, who's a bit further up the road, actually almost lapping him at this point. And Shank himself is in a battle with Ozzy Milwain, who's up the road from him. So little pockets of battles going on. Greg McEnany, obviously with an underpowered car now after that hit, is trying to chase down Gonzalez, but Gonzalez obviously a clean car with him right now.
Gonzalez getting out of the way. He's held up Morrison, something fierce that allowed Timothy Klaus to go around for position. Now Morrison trying to put the battle back to Klaus. Now he's got to deal with Ozzie Milwane, and Milwane will take a track position at least away from Jeremy Morrison now. Not missing anything up at the front. Brian Halleck has grown his lead to 0.8 of a second over David Gargaro Jr. Joey Haynes has gotten around Matt Gelder. Had gotten around him during the pit stop. So he is up into the third position, and Haynes trying to put the pressure on David Gargaro Jr. And right now, where we see these guys running in the top three, this has pretty much been the order of how good these guys have been here tonight. Halleck has had the car to beat. Gargaro has had the second best car. Haynes has had the third.
Yeah, Medina very close fourth as well, but he's mired back in the midfield right now as Gargaro doing everything he can to keep Haynes behind him. But I do believe they might still have one more green flag pit stop left to go before we get to the end of this race. So keep an eye out for that one. The money stop is not done yet.
It is going to be very close as Timothy Klaus had a big moment coming out of turn 2. Let's take a look and see. As Klaus slow in front of McFadden, you see him wiggling there and sliding in turn 2. That's allowed Morrison and Medina to both get around. So Timothy Klaus in the 80 has that car reset now, as I believe Aaron Greer in the 512 has had an incident. Yep, there's the entire back end of that 512 gone. As Greer holding it on the inside wall. We'll see what happened with Greer. He was right up in this group as well. Hits the wall down the front straightaway, and boy, it was a big collision there with the inside wall. Greer now in the proper pit lane to service his machine, as Joey Haynes really starting to put that 42 under some serious pressure.
Now they're just going around Brian Scrivener. And very impressed with Scrivener. After everything he's been through tonight, to still make it towards the end of this race, not too shabby at all. And that's just a good testament towards the dedication of these drivers. No matter what they've been through, they will try and make it to the end of this race, no matter well, just as Scrivener is, without a front end on his car.
Absolutely, up into the 26th position. He's been down in the mid-30s, well, the upper 30s the entire night, and now has started to work his way back up with guys retiring out of the race. William Fletcher, Javier Torres, Joseph Homan, Michael Lane, Robert Covey, the only 5 retirements in this race here tonight, with Herzog being a DNS on the race, as Haynes not letting that 42 go by any stretch.
And Haynes just shadowing the back of David Gargaro and just not letting him get out of his sights right now. And this is a battle for the second spot on the podium. Obviously they're a nice gap ahead of Matt Gelder, who's in his own battle right now with Maurice Camillion. But Haynes just knows that he sees a better result out than what he's getting right now out of this race, and he's just holding on to it with what would be a vice grip right now.
Let's take a second just as we get into this run, a little bit deeper into this run. Let's just take a lap or two here on board with Joey Haynes, just to hear how he's having to feather this throttle. amazing how much play in the throttle these guys have to have over the course of a run. As Nathan Medina, speaking of getting a run, Nathan Medina trying to use a run here on Jeremy Morrison in the 75. Medina trying to work his way back up towards the top three. Here he comes out of turn 2. He's got the run down the back straightaway. Nathan Medina into 3, takes over that 6th position. Now he's got 3.5 seconds to chase down Maurice Camillion as Matt Gelder trying to fend off that 44.
And Camillion senses a very good result out of this one as well, just like Joey Haynes is, and knows how fast Matt Gelder is. But Gelder right now, despite that fast restart, is starting to show a bit of that damage is starting to hurt him now, as Camillion just takes a little peek to the inside, coming out of turn 4. Not quite close enough though to make a pass. As that is one Mr. Courtney right behind them.
Yep, Rob Courtney there with them as well. And we saw just a second ago that Joey Haynes took a look at David Gargaro Jr. Haynes has since put it in the wall and has fallen 1.5 seconds behind David Gargaro Jr. Maurice Camillion now side by side on the outside with Matt Gelder going into turn 3. Camillion keeps it out of the wall and takes that position away, the 44, up to P4.
What a pass by Maurice Camillion. That is one of the passes of the night we've seen in this race. And Camillion now finds himself in P4 now. Will he try and turn up the wick a bit, try and close in on Joey Haynes and David Gargaro, maybe give his teammate a bit of backup here in the closing stages?
It's a 6-second gap up to the 338 of Joey Haynes, currently occupying the 3rd position at the moment, so he's going to have to put some work in. Nathan Medina has closed the gap on Matt Gelder. As a matter of fact, there he is right there. So Medina really putting in work on Gelder. Watch out going into turn 1. Medina really had to back off to keep from getting into the left rear corner of Gelder, and now has to do that work all over again.
Backs the wall coming out of 2 though. That's not going to help him at all. As now they're coming up on Doherty to put another lap on him. Now he's going to try it all again to try and get to the back of the 69 of Matt Gelder. But the way Medina's been running all night tonight, I don't expect him to be that far back for too long.
Yep, absolutely, is Maurice Camillion now starting to fall into the clutches of the 69 of Matt Gelder after getting held up behind Mark McFadden. I think all 3 of them hit the wall coming out of turn 2 there, as now Gelder to the inside of Camillion. Camillion going to have to put up a worldly of a defense, and does on that outside line. Gelder's trying to hold position, just can't do it. Now he's got to defend from Medina behind.
Medina got a big slingshot out of the corner right there to try and get to the back of Gelder. Got exactly that as they come through turn 2. And now Medina on the offensive here as they come down the Bowen backstretch.
Yep, Medina now to that inside of the 69, and Medina with that pace in the car, able to make that position and get the move to stick. So Nathan Medina up into the top 5 once again after getting spun out by Brian Halleck not that long ago. As now Joey Haynes has caught right back up to the back of David Gargaro Jr. in a battle for second, as Brian Halleck has left these two darn near 6 seconds behind.
Yeah, and Halleck showing that pace that he showed at the beginning of this race, as he's actually coming up on Robert Gamble right now. And Gamble, who's finally burned his fast repair after driving for most of the race with a damaged car, just lets him have it there. No problems there. Gamble did let him by, but on that second part of the pass, almost got into the back of Halleck there.
There is Gamble, driving to number 54 here tonight, number 48 on the timing pylon. So we'll take a look back as Maurice Camillion still trying to battle with Nathan Medina, trying to hold him up as much as possible. Do not want Medina to get another crack at that 3 with what happened before. The caution comes out. Better that better that a friendly car is between you and him, as Medina really pushing that 44 down into turn number 3, and that's going to force Medina hard into the outside wall in 3.
And that might be the charge over for the number 6. That was a pretty hard hit into that safer barrier. And I'm pretty sure Nathan Medina is sick of the sight of those Forge cars tonight.
Yeah, and from one of the teammates on an attack, the other one is up ahead of him on a defense, trying to keep Joey Haynes behind. Medina right now right back on the charge of the 44. Another big dive going into turn 3. Gets Medina close. Not close enough to try to make a move, though.
Yeah. Camillion doing everything he can to keep Medina behind him and doing a great job about it as well.
Oh, hard into the wall again.
Medina, he's just getting a bit frustrated in that number 6 now, I think.
Completely missed turn 1 there and pounded that wall hard. Just behind them there is the 75 of Jeremy Morrison peeking out, trying to get a move done on Matt Gelder. Couldn't get it done. It's the 75 really putting the pressure on the 69 of Gelder, who has shown great short run pace here tonight. Has Gelder, just cannot seem to find that long run pace to keep up with these guys. Gelder was as high as 4th on this run. He's now trying to defend 6th.
Yeah, that's important. Long run pace is important in races like this, as we are about to take over to 30 laps to go. And it's been a long time coming, as we are now on the final stretch here with 30 laps, well, coming up to 30 laps to go here. Been a long night, but as I've already said, we've seen a lot of entertainment and a lot of cautions and a lot of great driving.
Yep, absolutely. Jacob Mink from 9th position comes into pit. Not missing anything up front. Brian Halleck with a 7-second lead over David Gargaro Jr. as here comes Jeremy Morrison, and he will make the pass. Will he keep it out of the wall? Just barely. So Jeremy Morrison up to 6th position. Maurice Camillion now will have to defend one more time from Nathan Medina, who just pounds that car into the wall just about every chance he gets, and it still seems quicker every time he does it.
I think it's a mixture of frustration and mental fatigue right now, as here comes Medina. Camillion, I think, has played with his food a bit too much right there, and has finally come back to bite him, as there goes Medina up into P4.
There were 6 seconds between Camillion and Haynes when Medina caught up to the 44. It's now 8.5 as Joey Haynes is caught and stuck right behind David Gargaro Jr. Ozzie Milwane into pit road. The championship leader in the 114 is going to have a good points night with a couple of his closest rivals, namely Justin Garrick, not here tonight. As we look back up at the front, there is Brian Halleck, again with an 8.2 second lead. He has been on a mission all night long looking for his 2nd win of the season.
Just something happened to Roger Shank. I think he was aiming to come into pit road and completely missed the pit entrance. Going to have another stab at it this time, though. And he should get it right, but that last time around completely missed it. Had to go around again.
Yep, and just goes to show how difficult pit road entry is, and that's exactly what happened. He tried to go into the pits and blew pit entry. We'll ride on board with him just to see, again, how difficult it is. Totally flat here, thinking he has it, and then it's a big cut to the left and just completely whiffed on pit road entry. Did the 950. Something that the leaders have not had to worry about here in this race with how many cautions have come out. We've been threatening a couple of times to have green flag pit stops here tonight, but just before the cycle begins, something always seems to happen. And speaking of something always seeming to happen, here comes Gargaro trying to defend Joey Haynes, who's as close as he's been in a while.
Yeah, and they've got Jacob Mink there in the mix as well. So maybe Gargaro can use Mink as a pick to try and stay ahead of the 338. Just working so far as they're coming up behind Mark McFadden now, who's got a, well, as what we like to call a paper modified underneath him.
Mink had just come into pit road, and you can see how far Mink has already run away from these guys. As Gargaro still holding on to that second position, fighting that car every single step of the way. Nathan Medina has put a second on Maurice Gamillion and has taken a second out of Joey Haynes over these last couple of laps ever since getting around Gamillion. As Gargaro and Haynes still battling. They haven't really started throwing big moves at each other just yet, but these two certainly have been right on each other the entirety of this run. As here comes Ozzie Milwane on fresh tires, might look to help his teammate out here.
Yeah, it's I think the reason why they're not fighting so much is because they know that pit stop is coming up, and they're going to have to set themselves up for that one. Maybe have a little battle on pit road, and hopefully Joey Haynes can beat Gargaro out of pit road, and that's probably what they're setting themselves up for here. A nice little strategy battle between the Evolve car and the Vengeance car.
Now, if these guys do have to come into pit road, the question is it going to be 2 tires or fuel? Because you want to be in pit road as little amount of time as possible when it comes to this late in the race, unless you just really cannot hack it on those lefts, as that's Milwane putting it in the fence just behind his teammate. Is that battle for second really hot right now? Still hot right now between Gargaro and Haynes, as Medina starts to take chunk after chunk after chunk out of these two. Brian Halleck taking chunk after chunk after chunk out of these two as well, has increased his lead to 9.5 seconds over the 42 and 3:38.
We wouldn't want to see his teammate do that again on his inside. That looked a bit scary from the 350. He gets around him easily enough, but yeah, Halleck just taking advantage of this battle that's happening behind him and just streaking away. And you gotta think, at this point of this race, and I don't want to tempt fate here, this is pretty much his to lose now.
And then Halleck with battling lap traffic here. He's about to get passed by Jacob Mink, who again has been down pit road already. Same thing with the 950 we just saw come into frame at the far right side of frame. Starting to lose time here to the guys behind him. Still a good 8.5 second advantage, but he's lost quite a bit of time in this last lap and a half or so, as Gargaro now starting to pull some lead on Joey Haynes. It's up to a half a second with 19 to go.
It looks like Joey Haynes has burned more of that goodness off the tires than Gargaro, trying to get to the back of him and try and get around him. So it's not working with Haynes at the moment. Not to mention he's hit the wall a couple of times as well, so that's probably not working in his favor either.
Certainly not, as Gargaro puts it in the wall in 3 and 4, so that should help Haynes a little bit. But as a matter of fact, I think Haynes actually lost a little bit of time there on that lap. He certainly did. He lost a good 2.5 tenths. Oh, that's a big slowdown. It was the 73 of Gerard Gilbert that slowed down right in front of Gargaro, and that's put Haynes back on him. Gargaro all out of sorts. That moves Haynes into second as the caution comes out.
Yeah, and it's Aaron Greer that's brought out this caution. And it's a big hit with, I think that is with, I will find it, McEnany. He got into McEnany.
Oh, he was already gone by the time they got to McEnany. Robert Tolosha, wow, that happened just in front of the leader, Halleck. And boy, Halleck had to really take some evasive action there to keep from being involved in that. We'll take a look on board of Halleck. You see the incident happening in front of him. Goes to the inside, and wow, that was close. I think he might have actually made contact with the rear.
Yeah, now this is crucial for Halleck. He's still got about 5 seconds. He's got a big gap over Gargaro as they go into pit road, and Halleck might be in and out of pit road before Gargaro even gets to his pit stall. We'll keep an eye on this one.
And there was contact at the left rear between Halleck and Greer. Or the right rear, pardon me.
And the one thing working in Halleck's favour is that he's not burned a fast repair yet, so this might be the time he uses it. And he doesn't. Oh, he does.
No, he
there
does,
you go.
yep. There's the fast repair for the 3. 42 is down into pit road. I would have to assume 4 tires here for everybody. It's been since lap 302 since these guys have come in, so almost 50 laps. As Halleck down and away, Gargaro down and away, Haynes. Slow pit stop for Haynes. Gargaro with an incredibly quick stop, a 14.4.
2 for Medina.
For Gargaro.
2 tires for Medina.
So Medina, yep, 2 tires for Nathan Medina in the 6. Didn't gain him any positions, though. He was in 4th position before. He's in 4th position now. So we'll see what 2 tires does for Nathan Medina. Because I want to go back and take a look and see what happened that put Gargaro in such an awkward spot. So I have to go back and try to look and find what happened here. This was quite some time ago. Let's see if I can find the incident here. Yep, here it comes. Right around here. All right, so it'll be the 73 of Gerard Gilbert. He's battling with the 4 of Gonzalez. There you see the 42 behind him. Gilbert going into 1 here, just slow down the straightaway. Really impedes the 42 of Gargaro. Gargaro just misses the wall coming out of 2, and then right around here the caution comes out. So Gargaro had a big time moment there and got all out of sorts and was saved by the caution before a small mistake really compiled into something a lot worse than what happened.
Yeah, and Haynes almost had him when that caution flag came out, unfortunately.
He did have him. He had passed him.
Yeah.
It was Gargaro in the pits, and Gargaro has been incredible in the pits tonight.
As we're ready to go racing once again. We will be going back to green with 13 laps to go, and now this is the final throw of the dice for Gargaro. But we've just seen right there, Brian Halleck has taken that fast repair. He's got 4 fresh tyres. The one outlier in this top 5 is Nathan Medina. He only took 2 tyres in this last pit stop. Let's see how that works for him right now as we go in towards turn 3. Wait for the pace car to make the left turn on towards pit road, and hopefully we can keep this one green until the end, but we never know with how this race has gone so far. Halleck not wasting any time. We're going, but Gargaro goes with him, and Medina in the wall on the restart, and that's going to cost him some spots there, Frank.
It's got to be the 2 tires for Nathan Medina. He spun the lefts, the older lefts on that outside line, and you can see him really wiggling there. So gamble does not pay off as Maurice Camillion moves up into the 4th spot. And now it becomes a duel between the 2 best cars of the night, Brian Halleck and David Gargaro Jr., and I believe Gargaro took the fast repair as well. So the 3 and the 42 playing with fresh cars. Joey Haynes has a big moment coming off of 4. That moves Maurice Camillion up into 3rd.
Yeah, and it's still not done for Haynes there. He was still trying to keep it out the wall areas to come out of turn 4. Now he's going to give chase as Medina almost gets into it with Matt Gelder. Medina is struggling on those 2 tires now.
Yep, Gelder had gotten into the wall coming out of turn 2. Allows Medina around, but on those 2 tires, how long can Medina keep him behind as here comes Gelder back again for that 5th position on the inside going into turn 1. He's going to take the spot. A big wiggle from Medina causes him to lose the spot to Morrison.
Yeah, next one to try and chase him down will be Timothy Klaus, but Klaus is way too far back, so a bit of a reprieve now for Medina. He needs to recollect himself and try and keep up with these guys. Those two tires, that gamble is really not working for him, as there goes Gonzalez, and I'm pretty sure Mink will be going around him as well now.
Yep, there goes Jacob Mink to the inside, or looking at the inside, as boy, he's having a hard time controlling that car as we go a battle for third here. Joey Haynes trying to get back around Maurice Gamillion in the 44, and Haynes will make that move stick going into turn 3. Up at the front, not missing anything, Halleck has grown that lead out to 9/10 of a second over David Gargaro Jr. The man who has had the best car on the night is out doing his thing with 8.5 laps to go at Darlington.
And unfortunately, the rot is still going for Medina. There goes Jacob Mink to his inside now. And he is struggling, that number 6 driver. Bad judgment call there by the Vengeance team.
Not sure why Medina would choose to take 2 tires there. Wasn't going to gain himself any positions off of it in the pit stalls. Which, by the way, speaking of the pit stops, what got Gargaro back ahead of Haynes, Gargaro a 51.9 from cone to cone. Haynes a 53.4. Halleck a 55.4. Gargaro is a complete 4 seconds faster than Brian Halleck from cone to cone in pit road. But Halleck right now faster from flag to flag on the racetrack. He's opened up a lead at 1.7.
And we're coming to 6 laps to go in this race right now. Halleck now out to a 1.6 second lead. Gargaro, though, comfortably in second place. He's got a 1.9 second, make that a 1.8 second lead over Joey Haynes, is also starting to pull away from Maurice Gamillion. And Matt Gelder is slowly but surely starting to reel in that number 44 as well.
Gamillion will certainly have a fight with the 69 over these next couple laps. You can see by the graphic there just how close those guys, just how much Halleck has gotten out ahead of Gargaro. It's going to get a little bit sketchy now with lap traffic as he gets around Ernie Ludwig. David Gargaro now has to go through this traffic. He gets around Brian Scrivener rather uneventfully, which is exactly what he needs. Morrison now looking to the back of Matt Gelder. This is a battle for the final spot in the top 5.
Yeah, and Medina can't do anything about it. He's completely fallen off the pace here, as we keep mentioning. But here we go. Morrison now looking to the inside of Gelder. Big slide in, big slide job on Gelder. Going to slide up almost into the door. They're going to be side by side out of turn 4. And Morrison loses it. And Morrison is going to give all that up, and he's going to go round into the wall. Caution might come out here.
No, he's far enough down. The caution will not come out as he tried everything he possibly could not get it to go. But there's the 44 of Maurice Gamillion. He's had an issue with Brian Scrivener. That's moved him out of the 4th spot.
Big incidents happening at the end of this race with 4 laps to go. Gamillion with damage on his car. Morrison with damage on his car. Gelder back up to P4, and this is really falling into his lap now. 70s
of Scrivener wiggling down the front straightaway and just finally caught the front end of the 44 on one of those wiggles, sent them both spinning down to the inside of turn 1. But right now the focus is on another Forge Racing car. The 3 of Brian Halleck comes out of turn 4, 2 laps to go. Halleck 9/10 of a second ahead of David Gargaro. Joey Haynes, his car starting to come in. He's closing the gap on Gargaro. Will he get there in time to mount a charge, as a big wiggle there for Sherburne almost ensures that won't happen.
He's able to dodge it and get around him, and the gap back up to about 1.2 seconds between Gargaro Jr. and Haynes, but Haynes with the white flag in the air is running out of time. Here comes Brian Halleck, though, through 1 and 2 for the final time here tonight. Great run for him as he makes his way down the backstretch for the final time here tonight.
He has been darn near inch perfect this entire night. Got caught in the back on pit strategy, was able to work his way up to the front. The man to beat at the Lady in Black has been Brian Halleck. He comes out of turn 4 to win the Southern 500, round 10 of the season, his second win of the year. Brian Halleck takes the checkered flag at Darlington.
Going to cross the line for third place. Matt Gelder will get P4. Nathan Medina, he'll be thanking his lucky stars that incidents happened ahead of him. He will get the last spot in the top 5. Timothy Klaus will get P6. 7th will go to Jeremy Morrison after hitting the wall near the end there. Maurice Camillion will not have, I'm pretty sure Brian Scrivener will not be on Maurice Camillion's Christmas card list at the end of this year. After that one, Jacob Mink getting P9 and Stephen Paulison rounding out your top 10.
What a race, what an epic that we saw here at Darlington, coming in at a shade under 4 hours as Brian Halleck takes his second victory of the season. And again, we had mentioned it at the midway point of the race. Halleck has had the fastest car. He finished up at front. David Gargaro had the second fastest car. He finishes second. Haynes has the third fastest car, finishes third. These guys came home in the order expected out of these guys out of this race. Halleck was just way too much for this field when he got out in front all night long.
Yeah, and we saw at one point in this race that Halleck might have thrown it away with the bad tyre call, the bad strategy call that he made earlier on, but definitely recovered from that one. You said he pulled a Sebastian Vettel earlier. I reckon he's pulled a Lewis Hamilton here with his strategy calls.
It was a great win nonetheless. As we wait for these guys now to hop on into Discord and we can have a conversation and a chat with these guys about their finishes here tonight, as we have our third place finisher, Joey Haynes, in. I believe we'll do that. Sam, we'll go from bottom to top here tonight. We'll bring in Haynes in just a second. After an incredible night here at Darlington Raceway, we'll bring in our third place finisher right now. Sam, you should be with Joey Haynes.
I am, and Joey, very tough race for yourself tonight in that Evolve car, but third place on the night after such a long night and a lot of cautions. You got to be happy with how things turned out tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tough race and not an easy one to get good points in, so I'm always happy to bring an Evolve car home on the podium. Yeah,
and as I said at the top of the interview right there, just a very incident-packed race and a lot of incidents to deal with, a lot of Darlington stripes given out there. Just how tough was it to try and get these cars around this track as well as being around every other driver on the track itself?
I think that's where the real challenge comes in, is getting this car around the track by itself has its challenges, but when you start throwing 33 other cars or 32 other cars out there with you, it gets pretty tight, and you never know quite what everyone else is going to do, so you just try and mind your P's and Q's and drive a clean race, and if you have your equipment there at the end, then at least you've got a shot.
Absolutely, and it seemed that your race all night was with the vengeance, guys. I mean, Brian was back with you for a short period of time, but soon made his way back up to the front. But it seemed that you, David and Nathan were just pretty much inseparable all race long. It must have been very enjoyable to just stand toe to toe with those guys all race long.
Yeah, David and Nathan drove great races themselves, and it was awesome racing against them. It's always nice to have good, clean, hard racing with people, and I got a lot of respect for that. So they did a great job, and even my teammate Ozzy there, who was around for a good portion of the night, he did a great job, and it was good racing with him too.
Yeah, it was, and we definitely enjoyed it up here in the booth. But moving on to the next race, it's not for a good few weeks yet, but we are off to Monza and we are road racing again. And we know from what we've seen this season. You're very capable in a road course. We're in the McLaren MP430 for the Italian Grand Prix. What are your thoughts heading into that one?
It's going to be a great race. I mean, it's a classic event, classic car, and it's going to be really cool to experiment with the different tire compounds for the first time. The Majors hasn't had the opportunity to do that before, so I think everyone's kind of looking forward to that one, and it's going to be, for a lot of the guys who aren't oval guys, it's going to be refreshing.
Absolutely. Well, before I let you go, floor is yours. Who's responsible for bringing that evolved car onto the podium here tonight?
Well, I mean, of course, I got to thank team owner Andrew Waring. He's always out there hustling and getting us great setups. And of course, then we've got all of our awesome sponsors in Direct Innovations. We've got Tranco. We've got Muradness, who's come on recently. We've got Pro Racing Ontario, as well as Apex 2VR. And without all them, we wouldn't be able to make this happen. So cheers to them as well.
All right. Well, Joey, congratulations on the third place. Well done for getting it to the end. It's almost like getting to the end of the 24-hour Le Mans, just finishing this one. And it's very much an achievement. Go away and celebrate. Get yourself a rest, and we'll catch you next time out of Monza.
Thank you very much. Can't wait, guys.
So that was your third place finisher here tonight, Joey Haynes. And in just a second, I will be joined by our second place finisher on the night, David Gargaro Jr., and we will bring him in right about now here. David, you had a very good run from like the lap 200 to 300 range. Were able to get out in front and make the most of it on pit strategy. Just the three seemed a little bit too much tonight.
Yeah, we had a little bit different pit strategy at the beginning, and I think everyone's pit strategies kind of came together at the end, and we were all kind of doing the same thing. And he just, simple as that, had the quicker car for tonight. And I mean, we had a good battle with third place Joey for, I mean, probably the last 100 laps of this thing, and you know, it was fun to see my teammate Nate up there with me running, and also our new teammate Mark, who just joined the team this week, and you know, he put on a good performance, solid 12th place for us, and of course Rob, who helps with the setups and everything throughout the week. So good team finish, I think, for us.
Yeah, it certainly was, and Vengeance Motorsports was up at the front pretty much the entirety of this race, with you and Medina right behind you a majority of the way. Do you think that maybe if you were able to keep Medina between you and Brian, that you maybe could have found a way towards the end of the race to hold off that three, or was he just too much?
I mean, yeah, maybe if put it this way, I think when we started in front of Brian, it was a little bit harder for him to get by us, and then obviously pull away. But on that last one, he had the jump. I mean, he already had the position on us to start it, so he definitely pulled away pretty good. But yeah, me and Nate, we were pretty much on the same page. We wanted to save as much tire as we could, stay on the same strategy, and just, you know, run like teammates. You know, not wreck each other, keep each other safe out there. And it was a pretty good time, actually, for all 4 hours of it.
It was certainly a lot of fun to watch. Now, coming up next, we have the Italian Grand Prix at Monza in the McLaren F1 car. It's going to be a fun race. Again, as Joey just mentioned, first time you guys are going to be working with different tire compounds, Formula One cars, a lot of power, and at the temple of speed at Monza. What are your thoughts going into round 11 of the season?
I'm pretty excited about it. I'm not the strongest road course driver on our team. That'll be Nate, and he's a big fan of Monza, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of damage he could do there, and what I can learn to try to get up there with him.
All right. Anybody you want to thank before we let you go and celebrate a second place finish here tonight?
I just got to thank my team. I got Nate Medina, Mark Gonzalez, and of course Rob Courtney, and Earl, who's watching. And yeah, that's about it. I want to thank Majors for putting this on, and I guess we'll see you guys at Monza.
You absolutely will. Finished second at the Daytona 500, finishes second here at the Southern 500. David Gargaro Jr., Bud, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, Sam should be with our race winner, Brian Halleck, right about now.
Yeah, Brian Halleck, a very dominant early part of the race. A bit of a mixed bag for you midway, but you came on strong at the end there and absolutely dominated at the end there. Congratulations on your win here tonight.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, just talk about your race there. It seemed like the key thing for yourself was the restarts, especially when you were on the front row there. What was the key to the way you restarted there? Because it seemed like as soon as the pace car went, you were gone.
I felt it was easier to do that. Wasn't trying to play games. It's a little easier to get going in the corner with the slight camber that's there, and just made it easier to just get a launch. And yeah, just making sure keeping up that speed into turn one. It seemed a little easy to get out there, and then once you were there, boy, she drove a lot better in open air than behind someone. I heard that from other drivers too, so I was just doing what I could to stay out there.
Yeah, and it seemed like in the midpoint of the race you were getting into having a bit of a trouble behind the other drivers, obviously a couple of times just scraping the wall there, and were trying to push your way back to the front. You finally got there, but that midpoint in the race, were you a bit scared that you won't be able to get back up there?
No, I mean it was difficult to pass. That's for sure. But I wasn't worried I was going to get up there. We had a couple of one big bad pit call where the others took tires. We actually didn't realize only 8 of us were on the lead lap, so taking tires was not going to be that much of a detriment. We wouldn't lose many places, but we got kind of cycled back a little bit. We learned our lesson. We were going to take tires every way, but no, I wasn't worried. I knew. Honestly, I knew I was faster than them. It was just a matter of time to get around them. Some of them were tougher than others, but I got to catch the replay on a couple of more dodgy passes. But sometimes you just got to use the lap cars as picks or something like that. I did that once or twice to great effect. That was kind of helpful, but it wasn't, unfortunately, kind of a straight out race. A lot of times, a lot of it was how quickly and maybe even aggressively could you negotiate the lap traffic just to kind of get runs on someone when they weren't anticipating it, or pin someone up behind a lap car. That was quite interesting, but I did not think that I wasn't going to get back up there. It was just kind of doing it one at a time.
Yeah, definitely had to play the waiting game, and it was all about patience here tonight, and definitely worked to your advantage at the end, especially with drivers falling by the wayside, especially with your teammate having a bit of an incident at the end there. But yourself, you had a bit of a scare there just as the last caution came out. Just talk us through that when you had a bit of contact with the lap car there.
Yeah, my teammate Maurice, I feel really bad for him. He was right up there like a P4, and yeah, I think he got hit. But the guy apologized. He's not happy, but and the incident you're talking about with me, that was probably my hardest hit. Kind of came down after spinning, and I tried to avert him, but that was probably my toughest hit. But I don't know how many laps were left, like 15 or so. I still had a faster pair, and so I wasn't taking any chances. I was just using the faster pair, clean car for the last 15, but I was not happy. I may have got on the mic, but yeah, that was really the only time that people were spinning or something was happening in front of me that I actually got a pretty good hit on.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you got that fast repair, and from that point onwards, you were completely unstoppable. Picked up the win here tonight, so big congratulations to yourself there. But next time out, we're back to road racing. We're in the McLaren MP430. We're using tyre compounds for the first time this season as we head to Monza. What are your thoughts heading into round 11?
Man, it's going to be really interesting. We've had a guy on our team. He's been talking about this set that he's been building for months. So can't wait to get my hands on it tomorrow, quite honestly. It'll be fun. I'm more of an oval guy. I think I showed that one tonight, but I'm looking forward to the tire compounds, how they're actually going to implement them, and I'm not even quite sure if they can check to see if people have used different ones or even if that's going to be a factor. But it should be fun.
Absolutely. Definitely looking forward to that one in a few weeks' time. But before I let you go and celebrate your win here, Brian, floor is yours. Team sponsors, anybody you know you want to give a shout out, floor is yours.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Matthew Thunhorst. I told him, and he built the setup for our team. Um, I told him if he built a setup, I will take it to victory lane. And the dude built a killer setup. He was actually suspended from this round, but he still put in the time. He was with us in practice and got me here to victory lane. So shout out to him, props to him. And then our sponsors, Majors Garage and Rethread Clothing Company. I appreciate all their support too.
All right. Well, Brian Halleck, first place here in the Southern 500. I know you're probably tired after 4 hours of racing, so go and get yourself some rest. Go and celebrate with your team, and we'll catch you next time when we head to Monza.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, so that was your race winner, Brian Halleck, and what a night here at Darlington. For certain, it was a long night here at Darlington, but a fantastic night nonetheless. A ton of great racing, a lot of fun from start to finish here. A lot of great racing up towards the front of the field. Brian Halleck, you can't say anything more than the best car won the race tonight.
Yeah, but he had that worrying moment near the end there where the lap car just spun across his nose, and he said he confirmed there he did have the contact, but thankfully he had that fast repair in his pocket, was able to use it, and just look what it did for him. It just absolutely ran away at the end.
Yep, he certainly did. And with that, we're about to come to an end of the broadcast. But before we do that, let's go over the official results. Brian Halleck, David Gargaro Jr., and Joey Haynes taking the victory here, taking the top three positions here tonight, with Halleck claiming his second win of the season. Matt Gelder and Nathan Medina round out the top five. Timothy Klaus, Jeremy Morrison, Maurice Camillion, Jacob Mink, and Stephen Paulison round out the top 10. Only 8 drivers tonight finishing on the lead lap. Jacob Mink and Steve Paulison, the closest to the lead lap, finishing 3 laps down. And not a bad finish for Jacob Mink either, having started from pit lane. Ozzie Milwane, Mark Gonzalez, Roger Shank, Greg McEnany, and Chris Sherburne come home in the top 15, with James Doherty, Ernie Ludwig, Jason McSparron, Mark McFadden, and Rob Courtney coming home in the top 20.
Yeah, and 21st going to Gerard Gilbert. Had a very difficult night tonight in that kinetic car, but Ron McPherson also having a difficult night in 22nd. Brett Trosin having a bad one tonight with Robert Gamble, recovering back to P24 after a couple of big incidents, so a good recovery drive for him. Brian Scrivener was involved at the end there with a big incident which took out Maurice Gamillion, but still gets P25. Aaron Greer in P26, then Rob DeLoach in the Ford Racing car in P27. Joshua Mertz, a difficult night for him in P28. Then you got the retirements of the race. You got Robert Covey, Michael Lane, Joseph Homan, Javier Torres, and William Fletcher rounding out your 33 cars that started. Mark Herzog, connection issues preventing him from starting here tonight.
Yep, and so that will do it for us here tonight at ESPN. Coming up, the remainder of the week, for the start of this new week, will be tomorrow night, the Rowdy Energy Cup Series. They will be running round number 25 of the regular season. 2 races to go until the chase for the championship begins. They will be at Michigan in the Next Gen cars tomorrow night at 8:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up will be a Tuesday doubleheader. Well, the MX5 Pro Series will run their penultimate round of the season. They will be at Road Atlanta at 2:50 p.m. Eastern Time, with the Western States Racing League round number 8 at Iowa being the nightcap on the Tuesday doubleheader. Coming up on Wednesday's doubleheader, Sim Racer's Edge will be returning back to where it all began. The first race in the league's career was at Auto Club Speedway, and for round 6 in season 3, they will be returning back to Auto Club at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up 10 minutes after that will be the season finale For the Endurance for Amateurs Series, they will be at Watkins Glen to end Season 2, a three-way battle for the championship in the GTE class. Will certainly be the main focus this Wednesday night. So for my broadcast partner, Sam Cooper Bennett, I am Frank Marchese. Thank you very much for making us a part of your evening. It was a long night here at Darlington, but we got the great race that we certainly expected out of one of NASCAR's crown jewel events. We will see you on September 12th for the Major Series Italian Grand Prix from Monza in the Formula One McLaren, and we will see you also tomorrow for the Rowdy Energy Cup Series round number 25 from Michigan. Have a great night, everybody.